Hello everyone and welcome to episode 19 of Disco Elysium. This might be the last episode. If you're watching this in the future, then you probably already know the answer as to whether or not there's an episode 20. Big plot events happened in the last episode. So as always, if you have accidentally slipped in here and didn't maybe think that episode 19 would be very far into the main story, I'll give people a chance to duck out. That said, being so close to the end of the story here, I managed to fail 3 pretty major checks, one right in a row after another. The first was actually 2 episodes ago now, where I failed the check to convince Ruby not to shoot herself. It was a very high percentage, upwards of 70%. It might even have been 80%. Hello to Groomfy! And she shot herself right in front of me, and of all the failures in the game, that is the one that I was the most interested in reloading because I felt so bad about it. But the rule here has been to just keep on going until the game makes me stop. So we take all those failures. The second one had less dire consequences. It was the attempt to get my gun back from the... we'll go with deranged. I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but the homeless woman who appeared to believe that she was a cop and may either have been coming off of drugs and or suffering a neurodegenerative disease. And hello to Force as well. I hope you guys are both having a great Tuesday. Failed the check to snatch the gun away from her. That's the one that didn't have as many consequences because it turned out that although she had bought the firearm, she had not bought bullets. That's interesting to me because I also have no bullets in my inventory, but my gun went off just fine when I shot it at the lead mercenary with something like an 80% chance to hit, and hit him square in the chest because I failed it. And it went into his armor and bounced right off like he was General Zod. It just did not go my way. So things have gotten very, very bad in the world of Disco Elysium. Most of the Hardy Boys are dead. Kim has a concussion, although he is upright. So is Harry, so we'll be in there. It has been very heavily implied that my character will now take damage if I run. I don't know if that's true. We're probably going to do some running to actually test it out, but I need to go buy some health cures as we go. My character was shot twice, and I think among other things what we're probably going to do is go check the... I might light this up. I haven't decided yet, but yeah, we stopped right there with that. I forget what it says. It was actually clarified for us last time. To finish at least one of the thoughts that has come up, I need to go to the... Oh, the Freet store, is it closed? No, it's open. Just a green outdoor on a green outline on a green door. Force says, I feel like people with aluminum foil on their antennas get better reception than people on Twitch mobile. It depends. Actually, Force, since you're bringing that up, let me just look real quickly to see if we have the transcoding on, because if it's not up to us. However... Oh no, it's on. So hopefully it'll play okay on your mobile device. Just come on back here. I've also heard tell that people who use the Twitch app on their phone, it works a lot better than just in the browser.
Is this about the questions again?
Okay, yeah, she doesn't know anything. I needed some health cure. I got $33.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with very...
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
I might buy some... Should I buy some more morale juice? Kind of want to do that. I don't know what's coming up. Oh, I don't know what to do. Fuck it. Just buy it.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Cool. All right. And also, do I want some cigarettes? Because my character definitely likes to smoke. Perhalidon, yeah. Let's see. The speed bottle. I've got so much speed. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I definitely need some smokes. 1 pack, please.
A colorful display of...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Yeah.
Here you go, mister.
All right. Now, as far as I know, we cannot get back into the Harbor District. It was described in the last episode as being entirely boarded up, but I bet we can talk to Manana, so let's go up there and do that. You see the strike is over. The leader of the strike, the scab leader, is
The Boyadero
badly
stares
wounded.
at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
No, I'm not going to say that pain is all that his strike brought on us. Danger comes with the Boyadero lifestyle, right?
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife. Not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true Boyadero heart.
Right, so where is everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
Force is saying, hope everybody's Tuesday is going well so far. Certainly it is here, and further says that she's back with audio and video. Also, Force, before we go too deep into the game, big congratulations on reaching affiliate status. For real, that is that's super exciting. I was so glad, so happy, and grateful to get a gift sub to your channel from, I think it was Glomdy. Oh gosh, I'm worried that I'm attributing it to the wrong person, but for real, congratulations to that. If anybody who watches this is not yet following centrifugal_force, I highly recommend her content. It is very, very much fun. What's going to happen next? Well, let me ask him. He can't help me get inside?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big deal.
All right, what's going to happen next?
Time will tell. I'll tell Ebrak you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
All right, well, what are you going to be doing now?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am.
He's referencing the big red flags, which I don't know what they represent exactly.
Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Well, do try not to get shot. I don't recommend it.
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
His grin is as wide as a desert. Good talking to you. Now, I'm going to go upstairs. I'm sure that the door will be locked, that it will not. Go hybrid. Thank you. Thank you, Centrifugal Force. I felt bad about likely being wrong on that. All right. Let's go see if Measurehead is here. I didn't walk close enough to it to see. Yeah, last time I tried to run, it did a pain threshold check. Oh, I can actually go back here. We can find out what's in the crate. $1.10. All of that mystery. Oops. And that's all she wrote down here. All right. So I'm going to F5 it, and then we're going to try to run. And if I do wind up taking some damage, I might reserve the right to reload. Because I don't want to be hobbling around if it turns out that I've misinterpreted the setup. Hello to Blobbity Blah. Blobbity Blah, I hope you caught at least the back half of yesterday's episode. It was a doozy. Did a quick recap at the beginning of this episode, but you were joining us for this one very, very early in. All I've done so far is bought some health and morale cures. And so we should also probably talk about things that I don't imagine are going to happen. I don't think that body is ever going to be sent off for forensics because we spent all of yesterday, or actually the day before yesterday, day 5, we spent all of day 5 organizing around the idea that I was going to send Kim to bed and then snatch the boots off of the dead body. And then, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah says that he watched it all. And then it didn't happen. So unless we happen to hit like 2200 again, and I'm certainly not going to stand here and read a book until we get there, I just don't envision that is going to happen anymore.
Oh, man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I'm mostly alive. I've been better. Let's keep it light.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
But it's not a few last things, is it? Loose threads to tie up. Yeah, let's go with this.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
I guess I could ask him directly if he's still mad at me. Ripping information out of Tommy was, again, one of the things that I really, really did not want to do. The way the game put it, that it was going to, like, break his spirit and stuff, I still feel bad that that's the way that it had to go. So, by the way, you're not still angry with me, are you?
Fuck it. I'm a bad guy now. There's things more important than holding a grudge. It's okay. You've been through enough.
Blah, 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 I was wondering if I had managed to get the boots, if I would have gotten shot in the leg. That's a good question. I imagine that if you have more of the armor pieces, you are less likely to... Like, maybe there's an extra bonus to some of those other things, but that is very much a guess. One thing that I really treasure about a sight unseen first playthrough like this is not knowing the consequences of what didn't happen. I really find that refreshing. So yeah, what if I had the armor boots? I don't know. Hopefully we will have some sort of clarity over credits if we have some fans of the game here. And hello to Tashir, who says party time. Tashir, I hope you're having a great Tuesday so far. Is there any estimate on when you'll be back to regular streaming? I'm curious.
We are what we are. And you're a cop.
So I don't know that I have any specific questions, but let's find out.
Shoot.
I met the lady driver on
Sorry,
my
man. Didn't mean it like that. Ask away.
Oh, I thought he was done. I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
He seems a little apprehensive. Oh, shit. I really don't want to tell him. I really don't want to tell him what happened to Ruby.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire? Telling him is a really bad idea.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is a very, very bad idea.
The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
That's it. I can't share anymore.
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like yours, you have to.
Okay. Remember that this is a case where I did not want to lie about it, but I did want to spare him the completely unnecessary pain of believing that she took her own life because he gave up her location. Also, I am going to go up here. I just want to see if I'm going to try running. I just want to see if the body is even still here. It is. So, theoretically, if it hits 2200, I can put Kim to bed. Oh, wait, what's all this? There's a thing up there. I'm so sorry, everybody. I need to go up there because there's actually a thing to click on that will give me an experience point. And I will be... So no estimate just yet from Tashir. All I can do is hope that the cleanup is making progress, really. I can't even call it going well. For anybody who's joining this story already in progress, Tashir's basement flooded significantly after some very, very heavy rains in his city. Gotta go up here. And it was a real workspace. A lot of music equipment, and although the equipment itself doesn't sound like that was damaged, I mean, a couple feet of water in a space like that renders it uninhabitable long after the waters recede. Progress is already definitely happening, he says. All right, that's excellent. All right, let me just click on this. 1 experience point. A thread is tied to the antenna. It sure is. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go back through this way because I haven't gone through the back area in a while, and who knows if there's anything new back here. Highest priority, pulling some sick dance moves with Egghead. If I part of me does want to go check in at the dance crew to see if anything's changed, but to be 100% blunt, if I never see anyone in the Enotic dance crew again, I'll be okay. It's not that I dislike the characters, and that's something I want to make very clear, is that I feel like a disproportionate amount of time is spent with those characters. Noid, Andre, and Egghead together have more dialogue than I think any other 10 characters combined. And that includes, like, Klaasje, who's, like, super central to the thing. Like, Klaasje probably ranks really high in, like, number of spoken lines. Titus, and it's just, it doesn't feel like it's any contest. All right, I can light this on fire. Kind of want to do that, but let's see how the people in the bookstore are going. Our goal is to go to the island. I am headed in that direction. I will need to check my journal to remember how to get there, because I'm pretty sure that Kim said something. Well, Annette's not reading a book, and her name may or may not be Annette.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
What are you doing now?
Math. Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Wait, she gave me a second hat? This is the hat that I gave to Estelle.
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now, before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Annette looks back at the infernal scribblings under her nose. All right, see you around. So, wait, this is the hat. I had to give a hat to Annette. Yeah! Holy shit. Oh, man. And what's my other hat? My other hat is +2 logic, -1 perception. I don't actually know what I want to have on. I kind of got used to this just because, you know, I don't get the free point of encyclopedia, but I get 2 points of extra logic. And logic is, I think, done way more for me than this. But I'm very glad to have the hat back. For anybody who missed whatever episode that was, Estelle is one of the Enotic dance kids who was, like, sitting outside, and it was snowing, and for some reason she either wasn't allowed or didn't want to be inside the tent. And my character called out a couple times, "Hey, you seem like you're pretty cold."
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
I'm gonna say, hey, I'm the one that got shot here.
Oh my god! Even the police can't take care of all this. Just look at you. You're a wreck. Someone should do something about this.
She rubs her pendant between her fingers, thinking.
Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes! It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
See, I like the bookstore in Martinez. I don't like the idea of a psychic studio even a little bit. I don't know. The trouble is that this sort of negs her current business plan, and I like the bookstore, so I'm not sure what to think of it, to be frank.
No. You're right, officer. You've convinced me. It is a great idea. Thank you for the inspiration. In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I don't think so. And as far as the books not being here for much longer, I mean, I don't think that I need any other books. Let me just look, because there used to be a skill check here. Something about the books. Shelf of crime novels. Sure, let's go. But wait. It's not... Yeah, I'm certainly not going to put a point into reaction speed for that. So, nope, wash basin, I can't go in to try to shave right now. Measure head is gone. Map wall is gone. Warded dell, barbell. Novelty dice maker. Padlock door. Yeah, it is odd to me that they leave white checks up that, as far as I know, are literally no longer available. Like, here's a check that I theoretically could do, except this guy died. He's one of several corpses that I'm leaving in my wake, although one of the few that is not actually my fault. Force says, yeah, hold up real quick. Let me open my third eye so I can deflect lead. Also, blah 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 is still rooting for the sick dance moves with Egghead. The trouble is that although there actually is like a conceptualization dance there, I've not put an extra point into it. I do have 2 points. I mean, I could give it a shot. At issue, though, is I don't think that I would put it into conceptualization. I don't know what I would put it in. Also, to catch back up, it was also pointed out to me between episodes, I was sort of noting that although this has like a time remaining, that time does not actually go down during the hours that your character's asleep. In a conversation here, it was correctly pointed out that those are supposed to be thoughts that are percolating in the back of your mind, and if you're asleep, I'm probably not thinking very carefully about things. Did something almost come up there? No. All right. So let's figure out where we're going. Go to the island. Go to the islet in the bay. There could be a boat in the fishing village on the coast. Ask there. Will do, which means I'm in the wrong place. Can you guys believe that a 4th Matrix movie is happening? I don't even know. I don't have anything to say about it except just sort of general surprise. Did I want to radio the station as well? So there's an option to radio the station to say, Ruby said you were a notoriously corrupt cop, La Putra Madre's peon. That's why she was scared of you. When you get the chance, call your station to find out more, if you dare. That seems like a really, really dangerous proposition. For reasons talked about last episode, I'm choosing not to do this because I think that La Putra Madre having a staff member that doesn't remember his loyalties is not something that would be allowed to stand. I cannot wash off the death smell. I don't want to send the victim's body to processing. Check the island for bullet traces. That's where we're headed now. And then we've just got the armor pieces. Cinderella Force is saying that she can imagine it because of uwu nostalgia. Oh, let's talk to what's his face. I'll also note that I don't seem to be taking very much damage from running.
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is?
Cool.
Cool! That's cool!
He nods and settles back into his body of pile of boxes. I also might as well see, I don't remember picking up anything that I can sell or anything that I want to sell, but might as well check it. I did see that the upcoming Space Jam has a super sick Matrix reference in it. They're really just tapped directly into the like year 2000 vibes with this movie releasing sometime in 2021.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
Well, look, somebody has to.
So it goes. Now, what can I do for you? Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I might actually drink these blue medicinal spirits, although, like, if it's not preservative for body parts, which is what I really earnestly thought that it was, why shouldn't I sell this for $8? Because I'm not going to drink it. I just said that I might drink it. I really feel like I should just sell it. But then again, unless there's like a secret person on the island,
another time, perhaps.
Yo, let's set that aside. Sort of got $8 in the bank. Sell that if I ever come back. Like, we showed my nephew The Matrix when he was sleeping over one night, and his response to The Matrix was that it was long. That movie was long. That's what he said. That's how much he enjoyed it. Oh, that's right. We were specifically going to check with Lillian about, like, she was tarring her fishing boat. Let's go talk with her. As always, I really only have vague sense on where she hangs out. And don't get me wrong, I still think that the first movie is great. Like, that movie is imminently watchable. I do still need to watch the third Matrix movie at some point.
Officer.
Again.
What happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why? I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. I'm a cop. I don't merely exist in this world. I live between life and death. Oh, God. Be more, like, pretentious about it. Some people hurt me. I want to talk to you about something else. So I'm actually just going to ask... I don't feel like, in general, you want to go around to people guessing as to how they're feeling inside. You seem angry. But I like it better than any of these other options. So you seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
Well, it's not nothing. I'm going to say some people hurt me, which seems ridiculously vague.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Ghilaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Sure, I'm just going to point out that I also got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
Wasn't really bragging, though.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
Okay, and but you should see the other guys. They're all dead. That does feel like bragging, so I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Oh, I can almost convince her that she needs to go on a date with another drunk, but I don't want to try to do that with Kim here. I also don't want to point to that, so, hey, I need to get to the island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
She points to her skiff next to the jetty. You can borrow your boat. 2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection. What's on that island? Some sort of ruins through the binoculars. Well, let's ask about the bacterial infection, because if my character does die of sepsis, that's going to interfere with the advancement of the plot.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with Ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. We sad to lose the first one.
What's on the island?
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Probably people that she's heard from. Yeah, let's ask her about it.
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Does it point out that the twins are like 4 years old? I'm not sure that we're going to get a lot of actionable intel.
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay, hopefully Hopefully I will remember that, or Harry will. So the only... I cannot exit right now. I do want to go talk to the twins, but can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not along.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Is that sort of a backhanded way of saying that the smile doesn't reach her eyes? Because rarely do people who are smiling and have crow's feet find that smiling reduces the appearance of their crow's feet. It's like the whole way your face moves. But anyway, we'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
We'll try to keep that in mind. Talk to you later. Alright, let's go talk to the twins. They, I do know. Oh, let's talk to our landlady as well.
Our tenant, the policeman.
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
I guess you were right. The men with guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
Oh, don't worry. I know exactly how to handle them. By failing high skill checks.
Then we'll be ready for them.
Oh, yeah, 100% ready for them. Okay, here's the twins. Lay down a save here every once in a while.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
I feel like the best opening line is children are stupid. But instead, we're going to go with, okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
The one who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Yes, I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
So, Force, are these in fact like Alec Baldwin babies?
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
So if I ask them about shells, they're going to think that I mean seashells, but there's nothing else that I can follow up with, so...
I don't know what these are.
Okay, what then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Lieutenant raises his eyebrows and whips out his notebook. Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
They say almost in unison.
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
He points to the street light.
Yes.
There's a street light for sale inside the pawn shop, but it's very expensive, like way more than I can afford. I cannot imagine that that's what we're to bring with us. I'm just sort of like, it's on my mind as we have a conversation about electrical lights. Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that. He didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. I believe, based on our conversation with Lillian, that he did kill himself, but why am I going to... Like, I don't want to lie, because, especially for kids of this age, that feels a lot like gaslighting. Like, if they're ever to process the grief that they feel about their father not being around, lying to them about the reasons that he's not around feels counterproductive. If they either know or they don't, and either way, it's not my position to get involved with that, so I'm just going to say nothing.
I'm sorry.
The one says to the other, rubbing his brother's shoulder affectionately. Is that all you know? Is there anything else you can tell me about the island? The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
I'm still not going to say children are stupid. Bye, kids. Now, there's one other person. Lillian made it sound like her daughter does not go out there, but who knows? Because Lillian's out there tarring her boat most of the time. Maybe the little girl has been there too, so I'm just going to see if we can talk to her.
Mister, what were you doing in my fireplace?
Literally no memory of this. There was a phasmid in it. I was trying to catch it.
Oh. Okay.
And that's it. Okay, hypothetically, if at some point there was a phasmid here, I'm just going to go look at the nearest trap, and then as far as I know, maybe we'll check the church? But honestly, what are any of them going to say to me? Suna is busy with her experiments, and Egghead and Noid and Andre are all just sort of like rocking out. I cannot reattempt the dance moves. I don't feel like there's a lot of benefit to going to the church, so... I mean, it's right here, because I was looking for the trap, actually. Let's go look in here. Now, in here I am going to walk, only because the game said to. You know, even though I don't believe in whatever religion this is, Harry seems to, at least a little bit, so...
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
No, nothing there. At least one more visit with Egghead. I hope everybody enjoys Egghead.
A better deal! Yeah!
Nope. And then finally Suna, and I might just check in with them as well.
What is it?
Nothing new. So Forrest is asking, random question, does Mia plan on playing the whole Dragon Age series or only 2?
What's on your mind?
Do I want to put a point into conceptualization to have this chat with Noid? Hold on, I might actually do that, because conceptualization falls into my skill set that I care about. If I do that, though... Hold on, Force, we'll delve into that in a second. Is there any other conceptualization thing that I would unlock? I don't think so. No, I'm good. All right, and so let's just talk with Estelle.
Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I have dialogue with Estelle. Hey, I got shot in the leg.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know.
She shrugs, eyes glazed over.
Anyway, shot in the leg. I'm sorry. Man, that must suck.
And whoops, that's it. Crabman is not here, so I am out. So as far as I know, let's wait for the music to die down. I can never tell how loud it is on stream. As far as I know, That is everybody that I can talk to left in the world. We can't get in the Harbor District, and on its best day, there were only 3 people in that general vicinity anyway. There was Everart, O'Toole, I don't remember his name, but the super friendly chatty guy, and Measurehead, who I never wanted to talk to. Is this her boat? I bet it is. I really picked the wrong way to go. Now, just in case I get on the boat and immediately something occurs to me like, oh man, I really should have gone and done this. Let's do a confirm. But I can't think of anything else, so we're going to get onto the boat now. I've got smokes, I've got speed.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
So here's the other option, and I just want to say in like 60 seconds or less why I'm not doing it. The other option is to pull out a book, read the book until 2200, put Kim to bed, take the boots, then the next morning send Kim off to forensics with the body. These things would be worth experience points. Like, there's a reason to do these, and they would potentially advance the case. And then, again, just sort of like read a book for a full day just to advance the calendar. Basically just take 2 full days off. I don't even know if the game would allow me to do that. This would make for bad streaming, and I'm earnestly role-playing as the character here that he would not do that. The character that I'm playing would not just take up a book and tell Kim to stand there or like fuck off at the bar or whatever, like metaphysically that he's doing, while I'm just wasting 2 solid days. Does it make sense while he's recuperating from bullet wounds? Yeah, but is it more metagamey and irritating? Much more so. My character is as motivated as ever to try to set these things right, so getting a few experience points is not worth what I feel would be a critical loss of immersion. So we are going to... you take the engine, Kim, I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast? Sad FM on our way to the island. Do I want to listen to Sad FM? Here's the thing, I was actually sort of kidding about the music. If it's not streamer effects, I don't want random music playing as we approach the island. It's only going to give away our position. You heard me. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm going to go with what? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Also, Force, like, we can... if you get back, I can answer the Dragon Age question. Get and ride to the island. Yeah, if it was streamer effects... I didn't actually expect Harry to be holding the boombox.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
So what do we think that the odds are that that all just got muted by Twitch? Should I filibuster here for a minute or two to let the Twitch muting go by? Sarzand, do you have any sense on whether or not that particular song gets muted on Twitch? I'm really sick and tired of shouting over musical numbers that were composed, I suspect, for the specific game that we're playing, but at the same time I don't want to continue playing if the people watching in the future are just going to get a big long stretch of 15 minutes worth of silence. Hello to you, by the way, Sarzand. I'm just going to give it a minute here. Not exactly a banger. If that came up on the radio, I would pull over to the side of the road and turn the car off until it was over. I wouldn't even change the channel because it would spook me out. All right, let's continue on. We'll put a note in the show notes if it's like muted or whatever to address it. It's from a group music that did pretty much all of the original soundtrack for Disco Elysium, so I don't know. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's cross our fingers, because I don't want to just sit here doing nothing for a while.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
All right. A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. In like a minute or two, I'll do another like, hey, welcome back, if that part was muted. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean. So we think this is the other side of that, the big spool chain that was on the mainland?
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for? If I had to guess, it would provide a relatively stable way to cross from the mainland to the island, even in thick fogs or heavy waves, because they could, like, leash a chain to the boat and, like, use a mechanism to go across, but even that's a super guess.
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Okay. Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Yeah, the reason the whole muting thing comes up is that it is... You know, if a game has licensed music in it, that's one thing. I kind of get it. The rights to it are going to be sticky and you can get in trouble for it. It's one of the reasons that, no joke, I really do appreciate Streamer Effects, because it provides royalty-free music that won't get you muted. These tires are falling apart. There's at least 50 years old. Oh, I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the stone. But there's still very few things more frustrating than to have a whole section of game audio and commentary lost due to a muting that, like, especially when it's from the original soundtrack for the game, that it's something that was composed explicitly for the game that you're playing, and it gets you muted nonetheless. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. I don't know what that is. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel, black and viscous. Oh, look, you can actually see it leaking. That's gross. Attention, inflammable. Is there a point in the English language where flammable and inflammable did mean different things, and we just, as a species, like, use them interchangeably, so they just sort of blended together? Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off is nothing. Oh, so that was about me, not about that stonework. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. There's going to be a few saves here as we go. The little birch from the coin-operated viewer, still holding on. Something that we saw way back then. No way to get up here. The stairs are gone. And no way to get down here. I assume that this door connects with that one based on a similar design, like an underground tunnel. I'm going to click on that, but I don't think I can get to it from here. Nope. So yeah, on the chance that that little musical interlude was muted, welcome back, everybody. There was a very brief, very sad song. I like to call it glum rock, and it just sort of accompanied Harry and Kim on their way across the waterway. It's a shame if it did get muted, and if it not, then this sentence is just going to be a repeat of everything you've heard me grousing about for the last couple minutes. So I cannot get down here. Apparently Harry thinks that he can get around, though. Let's look at some of this stuff, though. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here, medium distance, large caliber. Elf Planetor says, in practice, I can only imagine the artists gain from people hearing their music. Can't imagine anyone looking up a Disco Elysium stream with the express purpose of listening to that song. Yes. No, I think that that's probably accurate, but just to share real quickly, without giving anything away about the game at all, like, watch how vaguely we can talk about this. There's a moment in The Last of Us where I elected to, like, stop talking so that we could just let the narrative moment breathe, and it got muted because of the soundtrack that was playing in the background, which was music that was written and arranged and performed for The Last of Us. The game got muted by the inclusion of its own soundtrack because I decided to let the story happen rather than talking constantly, just like I did there across the boat. I thought that the music, I wanted to hear it. Anyway, that's enough from me on that topic.
The generator is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do you think they lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo. Liquid carbon, is that just, like, fossil fuels? Is that all we're saying there?
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
Force says, I just sat back at my bench and was immediately called away by coworkers with questions 3 times in a row. I need a drink, and it's only 10 a.m.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
I don't want to make sound yet. What does this mean? Although our conversation is probably louder than the tapping. A generator here.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
It was a good one. This generator proves the universe's material. Kick the generator. Again, I don't want to make a lot of sound. Even though it's cold right now, it doesn't mean that somebody like Fireman is not around. I meant You know something? Here's the thing. If Kim had something to say on that point, he wouldn't have made the joke. He's not frivolous. He's funny, but he's not frivolous. So I'm just going to say nothing.
The wind outside picks up suddenly with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
I wonder, remember when we had some heavy fuel that I used to paint the side of the building? I wonder if I had that now, if there would be an option to fill up the generator. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Oh, like a scorch from the fire. Got it.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
These are signs that somebody lives.
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Wait, should I do that? Like, I don't want to do that. Is it a good idea? Here's what I'm thinking. If I rest, then it's something coming up. There'll be like a +1 because I'm well rested. And I am in a lot of pain. I did just get shot twice. I'm going to rest for an hour and go to sleep. I don't feel really good about this, but I feel like based on what I've learned about the game and failing these checks, it's probably a good idea.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour, maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
I don't know how to feel about a load screen here. Oh, awesome. Kim's not here, which probably means that he went off without me. And didn't come back, which is why I slept too long. Also, so I'm either in a dream, or things have gone real wrong. The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. I don't remember the exact path that I used to get in here. Wasn't it? Hopefully this was the way out. This really feels like the downstairs way out, doesn't it? Okay, so Force was asking, yeah, hold on, this is the wrong way. The door is still here closed, feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Oh, fun. Okay, so this very much appears to be a dream sequence then, because things are not operating the way that they should. Force, so the answer is, as we just sort of like keep an eye out for whatever prophecy I'm about to live through, at the moment, I think that Mia is planning to start with and play Dragon Age Inquisition, and to breeze right past Origins and Dragon Age 2. Whoops, hold on. Go down to the chain. I want to. I can't get there. I came out the wrong exit. Go down to the chain. Yeah, unless we're living in Mirror World, I have, maybe I am living in Mirror World, I can't tell. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is really far. Hold on. Walk into the water now. Well, fuck it, why not? Oh, here's the chain. Not a chain that I saw before, but you see her footprints in the water.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking.
Okay, so here's the issue that I have with Suggestion in this particular moment. If Suggestion gave me a lot of good ideas about how to talk to somebody who I have long since come to believe is the stand-in for Harry's ex-wife, they wouldn't have broken up. Like, I feel like she's probably well familiar with Suggestion and all its great ideas. However, it's not a bad idea. I'll just start with hey.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I feel like we've played a very honest character, and I feel like especially where he is right now, hopped up on drugs, coming down off of speed, frequently smoking, I feel like he's feeling in a very honest place, a very raw place. I'm in my head, I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Boy, this is really direct. Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
She stares at her feet, the zebra stripes on the intersection, the lights of the video rental glow in her hair.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Couldn't possibly care less. I will say this. If I were ever to replay this game, I would go hardcore into Inland Empire and some of the psyche stuff, and also a lot of like the physical stuff for sure. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag, aside from everything you own?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
So odd. Let's not rivet count her number of crowns. Cool.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters, it's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell, forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty good about my kiss chances. If there's anyone that could fail that check, it would literally be me because I can fail that check. Sure. I mean, based on everything that's happening right now, why not give her this figurine of a headless Fallen Rider?
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I'm not going to argue with her about that. Okay.
Please don't give me any gifts.
She looks at the airport bag and then at you. I'm gonna go with that's not a very good way for things to be, with me rotting in hell for all eternity.
It's not. But...
She looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good, that's it. I have some other questions for you. Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell?
If there's one thing that always makes me deeply, fundamentally uncomfortable, it's layering, it's trying to maintain a relationship by layering on a huge guilt trip, which is what I feel like is happening here. I don't have sufficient information about the nature of this relationship to know what Harry is processing here. I don't think that she's literally Dolores Day. This is a stand-in for his ex-wife. I don't think that she ever literally said to him, I'm going off to have a really good romantic life and I'm going to leave you rotting in hell forever. But this is also very true probably to how he's feeling. I'm not getting over it at all. That's a little bit better. You're right. I don't even remember who you are anymore. Haha. Maybe I think I've reached the end of the investigation. Boy, that's really emotionless based on everything that we're seeing here. I'm not getting over it at all, which I think is true and a little bit less accusatory.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
Okay, let's go with 20 years. That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
Don't frequently see few spelled that way. So you felt that way once, that you cannot live without me.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
I mean, I'm going to try to say all the things that I think Harry wishes he had said or maybe did say. It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again. I mean, the answer is so clearly no. It's so clearly no. But I feel like it's important for him to say this.
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice, and then give up. By that logic.
Let's definitely logic her back into a romantic relationship. Let's be the last sane people in the world, but only twice. If it doesn't work, let's lose our minds and let it all sink into the pail. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better. Okay, I won't ask anymore. This is so... It's so, like... I just don't like it. I just don't like that. Fuck it. I mean, if we're gonna argue, if we're gonna have a fight, let's have a fight. It's the last fight, apparently.
Yes, of course. You've got everything under control, and I'm hysterical because I don't want to keep hurting you.
She looks away from you. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better.
I don't know. Please.
She shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. I'd like, the only two options are, but why can't we be together? Or, okay, I have other questions for you now. Like, I would want Harry to say, seeing you here with this bag, ready to go, underscores how desperately sad I am about this. I understand that I might not be able to convince you otherwise, but as you go, I need you to understand how devastating this is. Like, something that doesn't make him sound like a squalling child, but also, like, can you imagine just like, oh, okay, super cool, which was actually one of the other options. Okay, why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals.
She avoids turning them to you.
Nothing makes you sane quite like saying, I'm the sanest person that I know. I'm not insane, don't say that. My necktie does talk to me from time to time, but...
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. I've got a 97% chance to land this kiss with the goddess of moral internism or whatever. Let's do it. I'm gonna get smoten. Turned directly into a pillar of talc. His salt is too flavorful.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
I just wanted to... I'm sorry, game. I beg to disagree. That was a perfect score. Not only did I land it, I got a critical success with boxcars. We are making out like there's no tomorrow. I demand D&D rules here. Oh, all of this shit is so sad. It's so sad. I feel her breath.
Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs, hidden, distant, kept safe from you.
But her cheek against mine
feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries, the world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take.
Oh, the cold silver of her crown.
The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air.
As desperately sad as this is, if this is his memories of some version of his last kiss with his wife or whatever, we're gonna go through all of these.
Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff. Her center guarded from your motions. Unresponsive to your guidance.
I am going to say, but I succeeded.
This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
Suggestion, you're a real asshole sometimes. So this, like, this feels like it's so, like...
Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots. Apricot-scented chewing gum.
You're not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours, trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
I personally really want this to end, and that's not like it's not that I don't like it from a writing standpoint. It's that I feel like we are peeking into like this incredibly painful memory that Harry has, but he would cling to this moment, play it over and over and over in his head as something that if only he could have done differently, assuming that it's a literal thing that happened. Let's go with just you didn't kiss me back.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
I just needed to do that. I'm sorry.
She shakes her head one more time. The evening wind rustles her hair, blowing old newspapers and fast food wrappings down the street.
So maybe this is a revelation for Harry. It's not for me. You're the apricot chewing gum scented one.
No, I'm just Dora.
Sure. What's the harm at this point in asking why didn't you kiss me back?
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
Well, that's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hand down her chest and onto her lower stomach and smiles.
I'm pregnant.
I don't cheat. I never cheated on you. Is it mine?
Of course not.
She looks down at her belly, then up into your old eyes.
I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
By all means, let's prolong this. What do you mean by insane?
You know what I mean.
Sure, I'll throw my necktie away. It stopped saying things anyway.
What do you mean, stopped saying things?
It doesn't say anything anymore. I think there was something I had to do with it, but I didn't. And now it's dead. Yeah, as far as I know, that's true.
It's not about some tie, Harry. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
So these feel like it's not lists, it's like dialogue trees. I feel like that's what we're talking about here.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. I feel like we're getting very, very meta now.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. Until you start giving your thoughts names and talking to things. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
But you said I have a vast soul and you'll always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Yeah, let's really nitpick this. You didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye.
You need to recite it to her. For effect. All of it. No summaries.
Really? Are we gonna, like, rules lawyer her into emotionally re-engaging here? According to this document that you sent me on this and such date, which you signed at the bottom.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
I'm gonna go for it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows, until by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back. Something, something, bow collector. I know it will be like this until I walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Okay, stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
Being a police detective, I have performed a handwriting analysis on this, so I know it was you. No, I'm not happy.
Then why are you doing this?
So the police detective thing is so stupid that we're gonna go with there's more kisses, kisses, kisses.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left, on Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
So, based on that, is it possible that Harry's ex-wife turned to DeLoreanism the actual religion, and that's why the figure central to DeLoreanism, like, fills his mind with who she is? I had always just taken it as maybe a vague physical resemblance, but maybe she found religion and dedicated herself to that instead of her increasingly unhinged husband. Can't you turn back to the person that you were? I can see her in you under the gown and that wreath, but that's... Don't demand that people remain stagnant. Voyager Road, I know that place. Where is it?
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. There, you could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
I can just dive straight into denial. Were we drinking?
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a Queen Regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability.
I was cool?
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
Oh, that is a crushing analogy. Metaphor. A ticket stub.
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first, I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
That's sharp and precise.
You're so sharp.
No, it's all you. I always loved you for it, but it could not save us. It could not make me stay. In the end, your mind just told you precisely how bad things are. And who would want to stay around for that?
So I really don't want to see number 3 here. I don't... It feels... I just really dislike the idea of, like, demanding that somebody turn back to an earlier version of themselves. What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
I don't expect that we're going to say mass murderer or you're not even human. I feel like don't go is where we're going to end up, but I do get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
You're the X something, you're the morning. Okay, now that sounds a little bit more accurate. Evil ape, or on second thought, you're Dolores Day, queen regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insolend and nothing else. No, you're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh. So, yeah, I was sort of thinking, like Harry, we didn't get his exact birth date, I don't think. That might have been one of the things that I'm currently contemplating. But he's, like, in his 50s-ish, is my guess. So, yeah, there was if she's 32, there was a pretty significant age difference between the two of them, which also goes along with the idea that, you know, he's smoking at the bus stop and he was her first kiss and stuff. There's been a lot of clues that there was a pretty significant difference. I'm gonna go with you're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
I should have stayed down. I should have gone even deeper to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure. This does not feel like closure. This feels like infinite denial and pain, but I'm gonna try to build it for him anyway.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
So I'm just not gonna do this. You know what's impolite? Consigning a lieutenant detective of the Revachol Citizens Militia to eternal damnation. I hate all of these things. Say nothing, just look at her.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag.
So I'm not going to go with the evil ape thing at all. On second thought, you're Dolores Day and nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Okay, don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Okay, the spoken voice line bore no resemblance to "You have sworn an holy oath, Harry." She herself begged you to not let her go. Wait, can't we sit down and have a coffee first as a cafeteria? She just said that she has to go. Like, I empathize. I understand what Harry's trying to work through, but also, like, she's done, man. She's done. And when asking things like this, it makes it feel like what Harry is doing is making it her fault that she didn't put enough effort into it. She's done. She's completely checked out of this. You need to let her go. Nod silently like a martyr. Come on, man. Where's my list? Wait. I'm gonna nod silently like a martyr. It's just... Although I am very curious, what is there to do in Morova?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you, and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
I'm gonna go with I understand. I don't like the nod silently like a martyr. Come on, but...
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be? Harry, in your dreams, every time you get shot twice and fall asleep on an island.
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again, then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad. Also, I really like this game's, like, some of the phrasing that it uses. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. I don't know if Elf Planetor is sitting next to the computer right now, but just so that they know, we very much wanted to call this episode The Prince of Pornographically Poor Roles. But Twitch was uncomfortable with the use of the word pornographically in the title of a video, so we had to mix it up.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
I think it was almost exactly an hour or two. I don't remember what time it was, but That scene, imagine if I didn't say that I was going to sit down and take a rest. Do you just collapse and then it happens anyway? Or can you actually legitimately miss that? Because there's been a lot of sort of like background speculation about the nature of Harry's relationship and the fact that he has at multiple points sort of indicated that Dolores Day bears a special importance for him in his personal romantic life, leading to like, oh, that must be like related to his ex-wife. In any event, my sleep was deep and invigorating. Desperately try to cover up all the blood seeping out with your hands. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb the entire island centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Based on where I am, my sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up all the blood seeping out with your hands.
Of course. I was just thinking maybe you've torn your stitches. Are you ready to move on?
Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds.
Swallow the blood and conclude. Actually, I mean, I've said what I had to say. Like the two previous things that I had to say were like, Kim, I'm not going to talk to you about this. Just spit out the blood and get back to work.
Okay. He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
All right. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out, but only that one specific section of the wind.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
I can get an extra point of conceptualization, I think. So hold on, leave. Even at this stage, we are fiddling with our clothing. Okay, do I have any negative conceptualization? Actually, I have none at all. So let me just take a look through here. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not wearing any negatives. No, but I know I must have some positive conceptualization classes. Or maybe I just always think that I do. I also might just put a point into conceptualization right now, because I've got at least one to spend, and maybe two. Yeah, put that on. And actually, why not make the roll and then spend it if I want to? And also, I could also pop some speed. Conceptualization is intellect, so I could just smoke if I really want to do it. Sure, fuck it. I mean, why did I buy the cigarettes if not to smoke? Smokes. Smoke. Sorry, Tashir is saying, sorry for the delay, I was painting in the background. The crazy thing about Twitch now liking your title is that it doesn't specify what's wrong. In my experience, it just says something went wrong. Yeah, it's always a guess. It doesn't like tell you, oh, one of those words is banned. So it's just sort of like, okay, let me try to figure it out.
Serialized,
all right,
fantastic
72%.
And detective stories. Oh yes, under the bed. there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
Well, I am very communist for some reason, so...
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
I wasn't trying to provoke him, but critical theory books, what do you think this means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Okay. Now, since I've got the smoke bonus, let's try to do anything I can to get the most out of it. +2 empathy scarf. All right. I might actually want that more than +2 drama. What would I lose with +2 empathy scarf? -1 composure. I'm at +1 composure. Gonna get that to -0. No, let me look around here. Wow, I can now dress myself entirely in fallen attire. I think I have the gloves, the pants, and now the chest piece. Shirt. Magnesium, excellent. More magnesium. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. There's so much to look at in this room. I am not in any way convinced that I've gotten most of it. So that's the way out, and it's actually on the upper level. Is there anything else that I want to examine in this room? Okay, the stairs wear away here. So what's in my journal? Oh, is it just that I examined the white check? Is that all it's telling me? Probably. Guys, sorry. Hold on just a minute. I will be right back. Alright, hello everybody. Sorry about that delay. If you are watching this in the future, Twitch has recently offered some new tools that help cut out silences like that. So we'll try to make sure that if you're watching this in the VOD, that was only a few seconds and not as long as it actually was. Sorry about that. An important call came in and we should be good to go.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
I don't want to touch it yet.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
What does it do?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Well, shit, I don't know yet. Light interior?
Nothing happens.
Radio dial.
The dial slides under the glass, silently. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
It's an air-gapped system, an off-air military model. Its circuits are nearly impossible to bend, i.e., it cannot be remote-controlled.
Okay, let's see if we can open anything.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right.
The boat engine.
Oh boy, we're gonna... Wow! Or we could get some from the boat engine. That would really be my last choice, because I understand from like the game structure, this does very much feel like our final destination, but from like a person living in the world, taking our only fuel source to get back to the mainland and dumping it into this generator to frankly do something that's currently unclear doesn't seem like the smartest move.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely.
All right. It's been a while since I saved. The hatch is jammed shut. I wonder if that's the emergency thing that will open. Oh, under the stair, we've got some more magnesium. The game really wants to make sure that I have enough morale points, which, as tends to happen in games, is not a vote of confidence. All right. Whoops. Water rushes below, far down below. So that's the way that goes out the way that we came, and I didn't see any fuel coming up, so let's see if we can go out here.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
I can't imagine that Kim knows the answer to this, but I can wonder aloud what's on the other side.
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Any ideas on how to open it?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Okay, you're right. We opened the big one. Do you see its controls anywhere, aside from the control panel that we just walked away from?
Yeah, on the console just southeast of here. Remember? Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Like, when we hit credits, one of the things that I'm going to talk about is all the little ways in which the game remembers things that you've said and done and brings them up in spoken dialogue, and I'm going to fail to provide sufficient examples, but like, here's one right here. Kim remembers the console that we just went over to, and from a game programming standpoint, that's really impressive that they thought to have a separate line for that, because I could have come here first. There is an attention to detail in this game that it feels more advanced than anything else that I can remember playing. And that includes games that specifically like made promises on how well they would react to your decisions. All right, so there's another door here, and when I'm not talking to Ghost Mom or Dolores Day, we might be able to... As Sarzan says, the writing is quite impressive in that aspect. It's also like incredibly literate. A firing slit you can't see inside. We might go back, by the way, on the main one to see if, like, maybe now I recognize barrels. It must have taken a direct hit to say... Sorry. Must have been a direct hit to take out such a sizable chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns echo on the water. Wait, there might have been something else down here. Because the wheel popped up again. Nope. So I can clearly go up the hill. Let me look around down here first. The winch is broken. Russ has eaten at what remains of the chain. And...
a strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you. Where it has always been.
It's so cold down there.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes, 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 yes.
Raise your sight.
In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water. like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long.
No. So I don't know if Force had stepped away. Hopefully at some point I'll have a chance to touch base with her. Oh, wait. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. The idea of me starting with Dragon Age Inquisition is that because it's the most modern in its sensibilities, its presentation, its mechanics, it feels like it would be the easiest one for her to get into, given the fact that, like, Dragon Age Inquisition really presumes a high degree of familiarity with the old, like, top-down Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale style games, which Mia has not really played. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. I'm going to go on video game logic, then I'm going to be okay. Now, in terms of lore, yes, it is a lot to absorb. For example, and this is not a spoilery thing, like if Dragon Age Inquisition is the first game that you play, and everybody's talking about is it the Chancery? Am I remembering that correctly? That's one of, like, the major religions in the world, and what that whole thing is, and then the relationship between the mages and the mage circles and stuff. There's a lot to pull in, things that characters in the game all take for granted, but that you as the player might need to get up to speed for. But I'm hoping that people like me and like Force will be able to interact with me and just let her know, okay, here's the piece of background lore that you need to know for this to make sense. No! What? I wonder if I was feeling pain because I was running again. I specifically paused it. There it is. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. Alright, let's avoid pausing then. The inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. A different door over there. I think the one that I originally went in, and that looks like a fuel canister. Oh, good, Force is still here. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with druamine. And the Chantry. Okay, I think it's a Chancery. I was trying to remember. It probably would be easiest to get into mechanically for sure. I wonder if there's a way we could give her a crash course on lore before she plays. We'd want to focus it in on, like, what's sort of the baseline stuff that you really need to know so it didn't feel overwhelming. And I think that the relationship between the things that I just mentioned, the Chantry, the mages, the mage circles, and the not the Inquisitor, because that's sort of like the new thing that's in that game, but like the Templars. I feel like those four things would be important to understand in the way that they sort of interact with one another. There's coins up there. And druamine. I regret nothing about the druamine that I bought, though.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Wait, before I inspect this, so this is all like visual calculus, right? Hold on a second.
No, wait. This is important. I have a feeling. What can you see?
Okay, let's inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can. Oh, wait, before I hit this, my character, like 8 episodes ago, picked up a particular brand of cigarette, and like Inland Empire, somebody was like, this is going to be important. This brand is important. And I don't know how it's pronounced. We might hear it next, but I've never forgotten that. So I bet that that's the brand of cigarette that we've got here.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
That's the one. Teomotiri.
Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Teomotiri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Like the one we found at Land's End, remember?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete?
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left,
a towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right,
the red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And just between the two,
the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the snow, reflecting light.
I can't be 100% certain, but...
What? Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yep, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
I can't make the shot. Oh, wait, I guess I could. I guess that's what hand-to-eye coordination is saying. Okay, sure. I don't want to boast, but the point is, this appears to be where the shooter took the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
So this is a question that I have. If there's a piece of feedback that I have about the structure of the game, and let's wait until we have credits to acknowledge if this is true, but right now, I feel like this island was inaccessible to us until we hit this point in the story, which feels a little bit frustrating because my character had worked out, here are the 3 locations that the shot could have been taken from, and I would have come here immediately if I had viewed any avenue to do so. Now, maybe I should have gone to go talk to the woman with the boat, Joyce, and if that was the way to go, and I never went to talk to her on it, that's 100% on me. And I really mean that, because thinking back, it literally says you can go to the island. Well, how else would you get to the island? Why wouldn't you go talk to the woman with the boat? I don't know. It literally never occurred to me. That's entirely on me. But if, and I stress if, it's true that you can't get here until, like, you've advanced to a certain point in the story, that would feel frustrating. And I'd love to have that conversation as we sort of like close out the adventure. Not now, but I wanted to touch it. So I'm going to ask, why didn't we come here before? And if he says we could have talked to Joyce, I'll be like, oops, shit.
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
But no, we wanted to go specifically here, Kim. It was on my itinerary. 6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
He looks north over the fortification, then adds,
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
He looks behind his back. Point at the mattress. What? No, on the island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Okay. Let's move now. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if the solution... Oop. You feel eyes on your back, someone's watching, but you can't say where. Do I want to pop a health cure? I'm going to pop a quick save. So I did want to read what Force had said very quickly. Because I feel like I really want to see Mia play with some of those morally tough choices in Dragon Age Inquisition, but I was so lost on my first playthrough and didn't realize how ingrained some of the biases are into the culture, and I definitely picked up things that I would not have before, like how the Elven people lost everything and how some mages suffered a lot of abuse while others did not. Yeah, and I feel like it's the complexity of the world for sure would be something to take in. So, I can spend points during dialogue if I feel like I need to, at least as far as I know. So, although I've got 4 points, I'm not going to stress about that just yet. I'm going to switch back to... Mesh tank top has really done a lot for me. I'm concerned that if there's a shooter here, I might want to have access to my, like some of my fallen gear for physical instrument and savoir-faire and stuff. Composure. Yeah, you know what? Let's put on these fallen pants. They look terrible, but... And, maybe my perception boots. Do I want to have perception boots on? Perception boots would get rid of my -1 perception, which is already low to begin with. My empathy is +1. Oh, I don't want to lose my empathy bonus, though. I'll walk around like this for a while. So blah 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 is saying, so the shooter stayed at the spot of shooting for like 2 weeks. Doubt. I mean, so first of all, there might have been some doubt in terms of like when the exact shot lined up, because if we believe what Klaasje says, and I don't know that we should because she lied an awful lot. They were engaged with one another, and he sort of like lifted his head up and maybe had his head back and got shot through the inside of the mouth, which was, again, we have to allow for the possibility it was just incredibly fortunate, but it really feels like it was a skill shot taken with a specific bullet to try to obscure its origin points. So to line up something that perfectly may have required a high degree of patience. That said, I don't know that there's anything about it that says that it was a couple of weeks. There were cigarette butts and so forth out there, but we don't know how frequently the shooter smoked.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
All right, let's go pull the switch.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
I want to hear if we, like, get anything on the radio or something, whatever, first.
The dial slides under the dusty glass. An idea lights up in your head.
You see, maybe we could contact Suna, the programmer lady. She could open the door for us remotely. What? Don't I have a button right here that opens the door?
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient. Incompatible.
Alright. So how about light interior?
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim, ambient orange. The old button is stuck.
Oh. Oh, that's a sound effect, isn't it? Force wants to know why there's so much fluid in the game. I vote for less fluid in the sequel. I would love to see a sequel, though. Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Hit it.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
So here's my concern. I feel like we're going to go in there, and then somebody's going to come and throw the switch and lock us in there. There's a very, very small keyhole.
After you.
Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me. Yes, let's say that.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again.
Harry, this reminds you, you're out of bullets.
That's a very important thing to know, hand-to-eye coordination. Thank you for letting me know. That's awful. Why did I not buy more? My gun is out of bullets, Kim.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
What's there? Point to the door.
I don't know.
Let's go. Now, okay, so I'm concerned that if we go in there, there might be like a key or something that I need to get back out. So I'm going to put on my perception boots, which look marginally less stupid than the shoes did. And I don't think I've got any perception glasses. I feel like that's one of those things that I keep looking for, and somehow glasses are the things that don't affect your perception. However, this stupid visor does. So before I go, let me just walk around this area inside this building. And the reason I'm doing that is because if there's something that my character previously missed on a quietly failed perception check, it might pop up now. And then we'll go down there. Just really want to make sure that there's not like a hidden key in here. No. Nothing. Alright. Well, it was worth a shot. Let's put the hat back on, and probably just keep the boots on. No, I'm going to put on my empathy sneakers. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, well, I was about to say, blah, blah, blah raises a good point that Kim could lend you a few bullets. I assume they have compatible police-issued sidearms. The only reason that he wouldn't, because they're, like, muzzle-loaded, right? Like, they take some time to reload, like they're muskets. So, you'd think that, yeah, he could pony one up. Oh, whoops. I thought that... I didn't realize that was a transition point. Yeah, Kim, be a bro. Give me at least one. I just want to make sure that if there's anything else back in here. And there super isn't. Okay. Here's my thoughts. I'm on an island. Everything is pointing towards this being the end of the game. I mean, I don't know, and I don't want to know exactly how close I am. But whatever's about to happen, I've already got smokes left. Yeah, I still got 30 minutes of that. I'm gonna pop a morale boost, a health boost, and where's my speed? Where is my speed? Speed bottle. Yep. Whatever's about to happen, by the love of God, I want to be ready for it. As much as I possibly can be. Alright, let me put this away. There's no point in having the gun out, and I can't imagine that any of these other tools are going to be helpful. You can't double up on Perhalidon and speed, can you? Am I just gonna keel over from an overdose if I try to do that? Let's not try to do that. That seems dangerous. Small white flowers. Oh, are they Maybells? I assume my character would comment if they were. But maybe that's where the Maybell came from. A rubber dinghy, it's deflated and broken. Wait, if we think there's somebody here, I am going to walk just in case. Like, remember when we were sneaking up on Ruby and I was supposed to walk? Okay, whatever this conversation is, how do we want to be dressed for it? I'm good with that. Good with that. Unless I got, like, a better shirt. No, I don't want to lose any empathy. No. Drama and authority, +1 suggestion, but then I'm giving up esprit de corps and visual calculus. Is visual calculus going to help us in a conversation with this guy? Wouldn't I rather have +1 suggestion? Ah, fuck it.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Nice gun.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is it a Bell Margrave?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle. Also, you guys, listen to this man's voice.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too. Yeah, he doesn't know I'm out of bullets.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives.
Okay. I mean, let's follow up on our current conversation point. The Sun Yao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, wiped from the board.
His gaze turns inward.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in 06.
It's not wiped from the board. I remember it.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
The time will come to win his trust, comrade. It is not now. You need to take care of the gun first.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
Is this man's esophagus made of bronze? How do you even make this sound with your mouth?
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was very distracted by the timbre of his voice. I may have all sorts of little rats have come sniffing around trying to give up the position. The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
I knew, as soon as I saw him standing up there on the deck of the boat. Oh my god.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
You were right, Kim. He didn't say that. Okay, so us bickering with one another, I don't feel like that's liable to earn his respect, and it might put him further on edge. But isn't that a Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock move, fake a fight with each other? Oh, no, you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
Did not.
We have entered a world where he said you shouldn't. It is the only world.
Sure, I feel like at this point getting this guy talking is probably the way to go, or at least to try to... What better way to diffuse the situation than to bicker about exactly which channel was on?
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental illness music.
I'm gonna go with this. I feel like it's polite. I feel like it de-escalates, sir. I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
Kim, I was just asking him. We don't need to draw our firearms right now.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
Well, thank God I put a bunch of points into authority, and I mean like a lot of points. I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down.
The words, "I am an enemy commander," sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be?
Lieutenant W. Freitor.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Sound effect work is really good. The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then stares at it just lying there.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
Ask him what he said.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
Let him say it. Or is it better if I continue the phrase for him? I'm going to say it.
The present to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Let's pick up on that line of thinking. Also, Forrest is saying, I feel like I could make a Google Doc containing overviews of specific lores from Dragon Age and give it to Mia so she could refer to it from time to time before or while playing. It might be worth, like, she may not play Dragon Age Force for like a year. It's one of those things that's on the docket. And also, I would think, let's see what kinds of questions that she has. I'd hate to see a lot of effort go into it and then like she doesn't wind up referencing it. But if you would have fun putting it together, it might really be helpful for her. So I don't want to add too much to your plate because I know it is full, but I agree that there's a lot of lore to absorb in the world.
Real music. Real projet cult. That's La Révacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song. Forget about that for a moment. You need to address that remark first.
So far, he has responded to authority, so I'm not a misanthrope. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job.
The job of a shitlicker.
Okay. I know La Révacholière. It's the marching song of the World Revolution.
There you go. 1 of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
Okay, well, how does it go? I want to hear this man sing.
How did it go?
He looks at his gun on the ground and shakes his head slowly.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
I don't want to touch his gun yet. I know it's out of bullets, but I feel like that's a step of... I feel like it can be interpreted aggressively. Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
There, behind them, across the delta, the Insacom building. Coalition government, Insulindian mission control.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too.
He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs.
I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
But again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
It is... Well, The man doesn't seem insane, not in a clinical sense for sure. That's steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. The clock is ticking. I just wanted to... I'm going to lose my intellect bonus in a second.
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
I have gone pretty far down... Well, I never joined the book club, but I'm pretty communist. I'm going to say this, even though I don't actually know who this is.
A waste. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
Okay, suggestion leads me wrong every once in a while. Is this the time to push? Yes.
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
I do understand that. I would think, especially at that age.
Well done. I won't explain it to a minion of capital.
What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Well, first of all, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
So, if I'm supposed to know what Iblis is, I failed an encyclopedia check there, so I will ask about it.
The black-eyed angel.
Sure. How have you survived all this time? Probably with the fishing.
How does anyone survive? I steal.
What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Yeah, I'll share some painkillers with him.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips, but there's no actual option to give it to him. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally? He seems really well adjusted.
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice the lieutenant. Here's the thing. I feel like this guy has been through so much isolation and pain that any attempt to empathize with him, every attempt I've made so far has been met with, you don't know what you're talking about. So for me to try to compare my experiences to him, or for Harry, I don't think that's going to go well. So let's hear from Lieutenant Kim.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
So there might be a follow-up here for empathy. How have you concealed yourself? Your termless surrender. A communist soldier from a communist army. Okay, well, let's go with how have you concealed yourself. It seems like just sort of hanging out and keeping a low burn on the fire.
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night. I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Sure. Let's ask him about the weapons cache. Well, why don't you just walk there, I guess?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were all damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across. Wait, how did he get down there?
How did you access the building? It's locked. At least now it is.
I didn't have to. Came in through the storm drains.
Storm drains?
There used to be a system that connected the bunkers, tunnels and such, under the church and everywhere. Most of them are gone now. Collapsed. Just bricks. All the old infrastructure has...
There's also a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
He stares at the ruins of the Feld building. One more question. Do you smoke Tio Mortieri cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Hey, tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
So I'm slightly curious. Oh, yes, I can. So I am much more communist than anything else, and it just happens to be that this old deserter that we found is an old communist. I'm just curious, if I'd gone like ultra-liberal or moralist, would the person that I'm interviewing now be one of those? And this is a rhetorical question. I don't want to know right now. I just find it an interesting coincidence that the shooter turns out to be closely aligned with the political ideology that I started to pursue for Harry. You said this is your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. The so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
But I don't really have a secret plan to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. I mean, it's certainly not a plan. I am trying to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
You never signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Among other things, like regardless of what my character feels, I feel like showing him respect and deference. Not to say that we're going to let him go, because I'm not. But, like, going honorable, I feel like might get him to open up a little bit more. Like, maybe I get it.
Honor is a feudal atavism. My motive is class.
True, I should have said classy. So you're a communist soldier from the Communist Army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Okay, understood.
Like you belong to the moralist party.
I am not even wearing my, like, moralist pants right now. I don't know. It's a scurrilous charge, sir. I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world.
Well,
it's a farce.
Fuck. I'm going to spend some of these points. Empathy. And rhetoric. Yep. Let's lock it in. All the way up to 28%. We might get additional bonuses on this, though, so what have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black. I guess that's one thing that he wasn't going to the mainland for.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Okay, that was a lot of contradictory information. You're saying that you killed people after the active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel? I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? Yeah, hold on. Wait. Which should I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you.
Okay, no further advice. So, I agree with rhetoric saying go in straight, no euphemisms. I like number one. I feel like number one balances what logic said, what rhetoric said. Hand-eye coordination says to be careful, but then suggestion also says he wants to tell you. Oh, man. Let's go with this. You're saying that you killed people after the active fighting stopped.
What did I just say?
He keeps shaking his head erratically suddenly. He brushes something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Rhetoric? Go in straight, no euphemism. Okay, fuck you, rhetoric. Suggestion, oh man. I'm not sure that he would even know who he had killed. I'm going to go with, I know you want to tell me.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Okay, did you use the gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Krenel?
The who now?
He listens in and cups his ears.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth in the night of... Sound like this. Yeah. This is the one.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
As Blah Blah says, suggestion is an asshole.
Did you kill him?
Lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Okay, let's start with we've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else. Hit it.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
You said fascies. You're admitting that you killed them?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
He waves his hand. There's a twitch, then one more in his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
I'm not going to back off for a moment. What am I forgetting? Hit yourself in the side of the head.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Thank you, Head.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Nothing else comes up. You see the lieutenant watch you. Try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself.
Officer, a word?
I'm almost there. Just a few more punches.
Almost where? Almost ready to bleed to death.
He looks at the blood stain on your pant leg.
No, come on. A word. Let's go.
Honorable one, you have accumulated a substantial amount of honor points on your life path. You are a man most virtuous.
I only try my best. It's the most that any of us can do.
Oh, the modesty on this one. Another 10 honor points for you, sir. You are on the fast track to becoming one of the rarest, most revered of all police officers, an honor cop.
Where are you going with this, authority? Isn't honor sort of an archaic concept?
Living in the name of virtue and doing noble deeds while expecting nothing in return is not archaic. How can you even think that? Selflessness forms the basis for the warrior code, an ageless code, as fit for nomadic Ilmaran tribes traversing the vast red plateau in Provincia Gordi, as it is for your neighborhood postman.
It sounds rather arrogant, a secretive self-regard.
No. You see, you're putting the needs of others above yours. You get nothing in return, not even praise. You always get the short, noble end of the stick. Don't think about it too much. Just say it. Are you ready to get knee-deep in honor?
Oh, hello to Donk Show. How is your desperate attempt at not being a degenerate going? Desperate and degenerative. How is your Tuesday going? Sure, my honor is my life.
Yes, your deeds have spoken for you, honorable one. But to fully drape oneself in an eternal cloak of honor, a ritual must be completed. A rite of honor. Even among the honorable, only the most dignified are deemed worthy. But you, O honorable one, have excelled in honor. Honor comes from deep within you, and to truly know oneself, to know one's honor, one must reach deep within oneself and touch one's honor.
Okay.
You need to bring the thumb of your right hand, your sword hand, to your rectum and stick it in there to form the Arch of Honors.
I'm not. I am not doing that. I have mixed company. I am interrogating a suspect, and I'm right in front of Kim. You're crazy if you think I'm going to stick my finger in my ass.
Most dishonorable are those who have known honor, carried honor in their hearts, and then disowned honor. They are the honor fallen. You brought much shame on your family today. Your name will forever be tarnished by this most shameful of deeds. Be forever banished, shameful one.
Uh-huh. Sorry, I'm very much amused by blah 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 saying, imagine the person you're talking to being silent for a few minutes, then hitting himself in the head. Yes, and then further imagine if they then shoved their own thumb up their ass. And hello to Moo. This was so the wrong time to start listening. Moo, I would argue it's exactly the perfect time to start listening. Blah 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 says, did authority just tell you to stick it up your bum? Yes. And Donk, sorry, blah 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 is very confused. Donk says, now that you have it, you know, hold on, I'm having trouble putting this in. You, now that I have it in my ass, next says, oh, okay, get it. Yep, what's step 2 after getting it up into my ass? Moose says you're shamed for not having stuck your thumb up your ass. What? I'll say this, a lot of my psyche is made up of various flavors of asshole, and not the one that I'm sticking my thumb up into, so they're gonna judge me harshly no matter what. Okay, let's talk with Kim, I think. I don't know what's happening down here. Extract a confession. You need at least 3 examples of proof to show him that you have him anyway. There's little point in his resistance. I feel like I must have a lot of evidence, but
I think we may have this.
Lieutenant whispers, then gives the suspect a short glance. Do you think he did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
I'm slapping myself to get ideas. No, let's, how do you think the questioning is going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
I am trying to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Well, I can think of one thing. The gun. We should pick it up and discuss it in front of him. Make a show of it.
Yes, sire. Make a production of this examination.
Okay. Kim saw me slap myself. I feel like he gets it. Let's do it.
Remember, he wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this. A lot. But there's something more, too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
You think he has more than just this one case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Let's pat Kim on the back. All right. I cannot pick up the gun separately from talking to him.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Let's pick up the gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
So a quick pause just to say, Moo is saying flavors of asshole. Were you licking the thumb? Oh, God, I hope not. And then Sarzan says, I feel the need to explain. This was an extremely rare dialogue that only triggers for players who have an ultra-high good cop ratio, the super normal ones. And blah, blah, blah saying, so Angel's a normie. Moo saying, notes to thumb up the ass option was super rare. Well done, Angel. And Sarzan says, no, he's the ultimate normie, and he gets to stick his thumb up his ass to celebrate. If I had been under slightly different circumstances, I might have considered it, but I just don't feel like that particular display in front of the deserter is going to earn his desire to confess. Alternatively, he might be like, oh my God, what are you doing? Okay, I confess, I did it. What the fuck? I don't want to continue to watch this. Let's inspect the gun closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
The most important thing is that it uses jacketed ammunition of the bullet style that we found.
The right type and the right calibre.
The lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
As he said, pardon me, a Triangon Min Sin Yao.
No one said it has to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Alright, check out the gun, buddy.
The old
stow the
keeps
gun.
Following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly.
So he's got a lot of physical tics, which is making me uncomfortable with him as the shooter.
This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later.
I'm going to try for the composure check. I don't think it'll go through 17%, but...
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit. He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say...
Donkey saying, I'm kind of disappointed that we'll never see what happens when you shove your thumb in your ass. I guess there was one, like it wouldn't have made any difference based on the roll, but I could also have, like, put on, like, some composure pants or something. One more time, the Colonel, we need to talk to you about talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right?
A drop of blood in the saliva. That's right. Pile it all on him now. 3 should do it. Maybe 4.
Maybell's behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No. It's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
So, blah 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 is voting for a game reload exploring of honor. I'm not opposed to doing that on a reload after we finish. We'll see if there's a save game available where we can... I feel like it would take a long time. There's a lot of dialogue to skim through.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face. Also, I think it was Blah 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 said... Somebody said maybe he's just uncomfortable with you holding the gun and the twitch is, you know, that he wants to snatch it back. Yeah, Blah 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 said nervous with you handling it and has a reflex to grab it. But he's got other things like physical, like facial tics and so forth. A curious tremor passes his face, stuff like that. That's why I'm... There's no scope. The scope is unaccounted for. He doesn't... It's not to say that, like, with tremors, he can't make the shot. It just makes it less likely. A young woman called Klasia, ring any bells? The dried flowers were behind her window.
Klasia.
He repeats the name with care, as if it were at risk of breaking. He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
You hadn't heard her name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You like it. She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost. But you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Taras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. Well, drama up. Maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around. I'm getting very concerned, though, that this is not the guy.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. I'm going to show him the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. Dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon? Yeah, dramatically ask.
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it the murder weapon.
Good.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line. Now, I do have another skill point. I can take another swing at his composure or whatever.
This feels good, doesn't it? Telling things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Rhetoric, but you're always wrong. Okay, so you shot him. Fine.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Hold your breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
So that's super important because as far as I can remember, and God help me if I'm wrong about this, I never said anything about him getting shot in the mouth. That has not been a topic of conversation. That's a detail so hyper specific that it would make him the guy. The specific reason I was worried about that is not because of video game twist. We don't have the scope, we don't have the shoes, and this man seems to be physically unsteady. And those three things were like, these are making me concerned. But the fact that he knows that he was shot in the mouth, I don't remember saying that in this conversation. And who the hell else came out to the island to tell him about that? Unless he saw it through his... But again, we don't have a scope, so...
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
you pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
Can I step away and, like... Well, then again, I don't think that I do need to step away. Because I want to do this composure check. And put on composure pants. Hold on. Dude, stay right there.
I ain't going anywhere.
Okay, hold on a second. Because I just want to make sure that we have as much information as we possibly can. I don't think I'm wearing anything that's negative composure. No. Okay. So I have like composure pants or something. I don't remember what article of clothing they were. Yeah. Okay. Composure pants. So that's a +1. Is there any other way to get any composure in here? Here's what I think might happen, and I'm just saying that it might. If I analyze his body language, which includes all of these random tremors, like these physical tremors, my character might say, wait a second, that's an awfully expert shot to take in a fraction of a second from like a mile away. Okay. Wait. I have a thought.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
So, magnesium?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
Centrifugal Force says, Ubisoft delist Might and Magic 10 Legacy from Steam instead of fixing the DRM fiasco. Gotta love the games industry. I'm actually not familiar with the DRM fiasco. I assume they took their DRM authentication servers offline. That's the most common thing that happens. So I need to mag it sideways?
Mag it sideways? What are you talking about? You need to mag it up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
A magnesium-based life form, in other words.
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to ascend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
Okay, I doubt very much that's going to happen. So, I need to spend a point on composure in order to unlock the option. But I'm only going to put in 1, because then I can try it a second time.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Okay, composure it.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. It's precisely what you could not see before. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
He's surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion. From anger to grief, despair.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Drow, is that okay? Are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
So, I don't know if I want to get changed again. Yeah, this doesn't show my stats over here. Hold on a second. Because I don't know if I want to stay in, like, these shoes. I want to have empathy shoes, and, I'm actually kind of okay with, composure jeans right now. Yeah, we'll ride with this. Although I don't think I need a lot of more visual calculus. Maybe empathy glasses? I'm going to switch to my empathy glasses. Yeah. Oops.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
So that must be, Joyce.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
By that you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep.
Wrinkled up whore.
Well, I'm not going to agree with that. What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist?
Lack sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in 2004. My party, not your liberal masters.
So Force is clarifying, they made Might and Magic 10 so secure that nobody can play it. They took down the multiplayer servers, so now the single-player campaign became unplayable. Yeah, that sounds like the authentication servers, and I don't work in game development. I don't know anything about development. I do know that DRM is going to be basically the last thing that's put in, because otherwise, otherwise you'd have to build and update it in every build of the game that it goes up internally. So something like DRM is going to be one of the very last things that goes into a product like that, and I would envision that would make it the easiest to patch and remove. Again, I don't work in the industry, but the idea that they wouldn't set a junior developer to work for an afternoon to fix the problem doesn't seem like they are being very respectful of their consumers.
So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it. Fiddling with their sexual organs.
It's like him to know that I went to great lengths, much to the detriment of this investigation, to not be racist. Okay, moving on. The victim arrives sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mesk phalanx weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw on the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
You were jealous. I don't think he was jealous, though. I'm willing to bet that his logic is that he saw a merc, sort of a soldier of the proletariat or whatever, you know, basically fucking a woman, like a regular woman from the main line, someone that this guy would have like given his life to have free of capitalism, and that's what set him off. But I'm going to ask him, so you were jealous.
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
And here I was thinking, I sort of, like, maybe it was just a coincidence, but it was just, I guess it really was just an accident that the bullet went in and didn't come out.
He wants to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
This has nothing to do with that.
It's no good, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. It smells of burning buildings.
So apparently I now have an option to open up yet another mental, moral choice. How do we want to put this? It's not a moral choice. What the hell is it? Anyway, alignment system. I hate women too, you know? No, we're not going to see that. I'm not like that. I don't think like that. I'm not like that. I don't think like that. I'm saying that to him, I assume. But that's not a good follow-on from what he said. I'm still going to say it, though.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Feld building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there? We know she was hiding her documents, but what does he know about it?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Which means he's the guy that emptied it out.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden buoy that she told us about. You looked into it.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
But the documents had her real name on it. I thought that was the whole point. Yeah, I don't think that is logical unless I misunderstood it. The whole reason that Kim and I went to see it is that we wanted to confirm the actual name that she gave us, I thought. So we checked the submersible, there was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
So I'm going to ask this, but I feel like the answer is that he did look at it and the name was different on there.
It didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say her name was on the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Did you continue watching her after this? I mean, clearly he did, because then he shot her lover.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revishal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle. No, because if he was... Here's the thing. If he was lurking around in the back room, he saw it through the peephole.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
He shakes his silver gray head. Well, let's roll on reaction speed. Footprints in the dust, could have changed shoes, found the peephole. It is a peephole.
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body, any chance that you've ever seen them through the hole in a wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Ever seen her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the Whirling in Rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Including that one.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works.
Oh, brother, if you want to see the way light works, I got a friend in a shipping container I would love to introduce you to.
You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
Hey! Did we meet this guy in episode 1? Remember way back, there's like a bunch of guys sitting around the bar, and there's one guy who's passed out, and we woke him up, and like, I don't remember what the interaction with, but he never came back. Was that this same guy? That was episode 1. This is not a rhetorical question. This is a direct question for Elf Planetor, Sarzan, and anybody else who knows. Does this guy make a cameo at the very beginning, like semi-passed out, looking out the front windows of the Whirling in Rags? I think he does. I don't remember his voice though. No, says Elf Planetor. Wow. That was just some random dude then. He was like passed out in the bar, and like I woke him up. I thought maybe that was him.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards the Whirling in Rags.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
I guess I'll ask if he had feelings for that woman. He had a weird obsession with him. I'm not sure if that's the same thing, with her rather. I'm not sure if that's the same thing as having feelings for her, but he definitely had feelings about her.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Here's the trouble. I feel like maybe he did want to console her. In terms of like manipulating her, I'm not sure how that works. He hated her so much. He hated her so much. There's so much jealousy and rage in this guy. Manipulate him though. I'm not going to say anything.
Neither does he. He lowers his head, like a sunflower on a withered stalk. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
We don't know where she is. She let us hear first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort. She did. Yeah, she tied that red string. Would I want to say that to him, though? Or I'm not at liberty to say. I'm trying to think, is there any reason at all to share information with him at this point? I don't need him to open up further than he has. I'm not going to tell him.
I know she's gone. Locked up. Or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort. Like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Across the water, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, made of grey cinder block houses with Eternite roofs, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty.
Heidelstein, I don't believe I've made that acquaintance.
As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Sure. Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? Also, Sarzan is saying, be honorable cop at work once again. Is that because I didn't want to... I feel like he was both trying to console and manipulate her. That's the issue that I had with that description. So to help justify him one way or the other on that, I didn't want to, give him the satisfaction isn't exactly right, but that's sort of what I'm thinking. So I do have another 2 points that I can spend if I want to.
tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
Specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points inland.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
You mean Everett Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let's not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight that he missed. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
This guy has had a lot of decades to just sit back and dream about how depraved everyone else is. He has just all of the ways in which everybody else is a real sicko.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Just nod.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about the statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Well, let's start with the disco whores.
Whores.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through teeth with great force. The rage seethes so too hard. Like, for everything that this guy has an axe to grind about, I notice women specifically. He really fucking hates women. Something about the statue in the roundabout and syphilis. Yeah, we saw the big statue, but isn't it... My memory is that statue is really ironic. Like, it's actually a celebration of the moment that statue was blown apart. So, let's ask about it.
Syphilis is a disease Philippe III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again.
He shakes his head in disgust.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
It was you. You shot the statue. There was a bullet hole in his heart.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
I love that I can successfully put together all of the completely incidental minor points in the case after someone basically pulls a Kevin Spacey in Seven, walks up and says, I did it all. Now let me methodically walk you through exactly how I did it. Then my character can put together all the incidental red herrings that we encountered along the way.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective?
So that's it for the statue.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of topic, officer. Put the heat on him.
Okay. That doesn't seem to... Authority's little interjection there doesn't seem to add any new things. So you mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democratic.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation.
Probably
the
Edgar.
Smart one.
Edgar, then.
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
Blah, blah, blah. The answer is yes. This guy is clearly the killer. And not just because my character has deduced that. I feel like based on the information that he knows that he shouldn't have any other access to, this is our guy.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people you've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
He started poking at the ash now. He just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clares asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
What did you guys talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he just let you be here?
Let me be here. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Drost, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost.
What was the deal between him and Edgar? I've got a 97% logic roll here.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they?
Hey.
A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
So who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
His eyes glistened suddenly with hatred. She was also a woman, wasn't she? Just like Klasia.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muskova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then one day she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes in the dust. Edgar had someone made the call. Why is that, Mr. Drost?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why is that?
Because she was dead.
Just say nothing.
Okay.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home. Waddling. Dressed in yellow. Drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her, and the ruins.
So he likes, if I remember things from our from earlier in the conversation, I think you shot her, is the correct?
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
The lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it was nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
Come on, just a little. You're buddies.
Okay. I'm gonna go with you can tell me here. It won't be that usable. Look at, I barely passed it, but I did pass it. It won't be that usable.
I haven't lived and fought for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it. On Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks at the city.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody. And the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Okay, by the cock parading around in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Oh, he's racist too! Oh my god! He's just a Whitman sampler of hatreds. Holy shit! Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one, that one.
With a shaky finger, he points to the city, towards the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
So he died of a heart attack as far as we know, but we never got a chance to inspect the body. It's possible that this guy pulled off some Deadeye style trick shot again, or poisoned him in some way. That doesn't really seem to be like his style. Oh, Tashir and Moo both like the yeah, it's just that he has so many different flavors of prejudice to him. You'd like to kill him? He probably knows that he's dead. He seems to have a real good vision through that scope.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
The lieutenant asks cheerfully. Mia, thank you very much for the quote.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel.
He lets out a wistful sigh.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
As far as I know. I don't know what benefit it would possibly give me to say this. So I'm just going to move on.
Yes, of course. Must be passing a kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
I do like it when the game reflects exactly what I'm thinking. Or like, I'll say something and then the game will reaffirm it just after what I was thinking. No, I think I'm done. I can't think of any reason to share the thing about Renee with him. I just don't.
Glad. It's all gone.
Let me just look at this.
His lip curls into a
Yeah,
sneer
no.
at the memory.
Glad. It's all gone.
So the only other things, the only reason that I might walk away from him now is that he mentioned that he saved a bullet. So if I had an unfired bullet from his thing, from his gun, that seems like it would be a piece of evidence. I don't have the shoes that he was wearing. I don't have the scope. This seems like an incomplete case, but I've been all around this little island. Maybe they would pop up now with a little bit of extra perception now that I know what I'm looking for, but I'm not going to walk away from him now. Hey, brother with your name here, Yosef Lilyanovich Dros, you're under arrest for the murder of Elias Courtenaire.
What?
The old man...
You said I would be taken to the...
To the jail? What did this guy think was the deal on... Did I forget something? Did I make a deal with him? The old man's filled with sudden unexpected terror at the words.
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
It must have been when Kim said, we'll try you as a POW.
Do you understand?
But...
Sure, Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Fuck it. Oh, God. So, I think I can spend some points in perception. So, sure, let's do it. I'm not sure that I want to spend both of them. It is a red check. This could be super important, though. This could be super important. Oh, but if I put another point, it's going to be like 34%. It's not going to get up that high.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
Does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her, maybe.
Maybe I can just ask that netpicker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
Lieutenant shakes his head.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
He stares at something, who knows what, in the dust. Below the confusion and rage, a thick of jamais vu, like yours. The thought passes, more pressing matters take its place.
No, listen. Listen now.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting some alarm here. You'd come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct. I could come back for you once I've taken him to the precinct. Kim has a gun. We know from previous dialogue options that his eyesight isn't all that great, but he's not, like, handling him at range. I'm going to try to take him... to the precinct. I'm trying to think if Kim... No, wait, I'm super wounded and Kim only has a concussion. I'm gonna let Kim take him.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
Okay.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
His voice drowns out like a sudden gush of wind.
The wind is cold from the east. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Okay. Hey everyone, the Phasmid is here. Tashir saying that he's an ogre. I'll just let that comment sit for a bit. Moo's telling me that she missed a treat. Missed a bunch of chat because her phone loses chat. I don't know if I'm supposed to point at the Phasmid. It's a real thing, everyone. Blink. If I point, it might get spooked.
It's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
Point at it.
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you, with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
Yeah, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I'm gonna ask him if he sees it, but again, his eyesight isn't the best.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant arthropod. What? Inspect the Phasmid. Why is this what's happening right now? I am so confused.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
I'm concerned that I only get 1 chance at this, so we're going to go with electrochemistry, of all things, which we got a big boost to thanks to Lena's childhood experiences, and my corpse will be marked by... Oh, the lighting just changed, but it's still there. Marked by something. By stop.
You take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks
Stars
that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Take the picture? Sure.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it. I'll take pictures we're not going to be allowed to use for the header image for this episode for 800 because this is so gorgeous, and we won't be able to use it because I would be such a spoiler. Slowly touch the creature's whisker? That might be too sensitive or delicate. Maybe its forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Yeah, maybe we don't want to, fuck with this. I'm going to pull my hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening. Wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
I'm not afraid of it. I'm afraid for it is my concern. So I'm going to back off.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Hello, I'm Harry. Sure, I don't know. This thing is so alien, maybe it does understand English.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
I'm worried that my character's so clumsy that if I stand on my tiptoes, I will fall over. So I'm not going to do that.
The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
All right, Inland Empire, tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
Oh, we share that in common.
Tell me what it's like for you.
This is clearly just such an organic follow-on from the identifying of the dude. Like, tell me what it's like for you. If we can't be honest with the giant stick monster, I don't know who we can be honest with. I'm ill.
What is your illness?
I'm ill in my head. I don't know that I'm insane. I feel a little insane right now. In my heart, for me, it's sadness. Input after input.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
What the fuck is happening to me right now? I'm trying to think of how Harry would feel. Harry's done a lot of work to try to make himself better, right? I mean, that's actually still happening in the background here, believe it or not. So I'm gonna go with what the fuck is happening to me right now.
I don't know. You're just a shadow for me. Far away, faintly transmitting, but for a curious smell.
All right. I'm going to go with I'm glad to be me.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation.
You sound exactly like Harry's ex-wife.
Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disconcerting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together.
That must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you.
I just enjoy the sentence, the arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you.
And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Detective.
Hold on. Inland Empire is calling me back to reality.
Arriving. On the scene.
Dude, I don't fucking know. I'm having a conversation with a giant stick bug. Chivalry is saying Harry is having a stroke. I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Well, the killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the picture in your head. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
So that's interesting, because one of the things that we heard about the Phasmid for a long time is that it's capable of, like, sort of blurring itself out of your visual perception range and stuff like that. Maybe this Phasmid is the reason that he's, like, suffering from a neurological disorder. It's prolonged exposure to whatever secretions this thing gives off. Like this, the foam coming out of its mouth, for example. Where does this come from? All of this, all around us, the world. I don't know why the stick bug would have the answer to this, but 42.
Not even the birds know that. Not even a water lily.
Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer?
You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Elegant answer. Is this a dream? What is happening?
No. You're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
What exactly are you? And what is Kim perceiving in any of this? Because I don't think this conversation is happening in English.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmalia, endemic to the Insulandia Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective, dripping of blood that smells like strawberries, across the calm sea, the first in 1,000 years.
Okay, so yet again, the spoken line has nothing to do with, I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me.
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revelshop, district of Martinez, March 51.
So not only is the stick bug self-aware, it is more self-aware than any other sapient creature on planet Earth. Yeah, that's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the Pale is human-made? And the whole thing about destroy us all? Like, Sarsan said, incredible, even in front of the 3-meter stick insect, he sticks to the boring cop persona. I don't want to hurt it. That's what I'm concerned about. I don't want to hurt it, and I don't want to spook it off. Like, this conversation is, well, it's something, and I'm concerned that I would have missed out on it if I had spent too much time fondling the insect bug.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
I don't want to go too far onto this topic, but there is a really not very good movie about people disappearing if you aren't looking directly at them. I think it might be called Don't Blink or something like that. It is not good. Oh, I'm just thinking about how disappointing I was when I heard about the premise, and then it's very bad. I want to say, like, oh, see, now I can't remember the name of it. Justin Timberlake is in it, or somebody. somebody like that, I'm not going to blink. Have I always thought this way, but I want to know I've already forgotten the whole world once I drank too much. Sure, let's confide that into the bug.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
I think then I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
No, I told you what it's about. Our fate.
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I hope that after this conversation it just goes straight to credits. just my character suffered a complete neurological breakdown, and that was just how it ended. I have to say goodbye now, Stickbug. I have no more thoughts, that was all.
No, there is one more.
No, there are no more thoughts, I assure you. Of all the creatures I've met, you're the kindest, you're the scariest, the most beautiful. Well, you know something? If it's true that something this delicate has lived on this island or its close neighbors for 350 years, I am going to go with that as one of the most beautiful creatures I've ever seen, because it really looks like an average bird could land on this stalk and just snap it in half.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
So this is talking about his ex-wife. Turn from the ruin, your emotional ruin. Go forward. And do it for the working class. I was so distracted. Oh, the Phasmid is communist. Because of course it is. I will. Will or will not, there is no try.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
I feel like after that conversation, all the other options are super anticlimactic. Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
So Chivalry was asking, what about the thoughts of your ex-wife? Like, is that like a question? Were you guys here for the whole like flash? Well, no, it was really just a dream sequence where Harry spoke with his ex-wife and she was like in the persona of Dolores Day. Were you guys here for that? Raise your other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
That's right. Pray to me. Isn't it more mimicking me, though? I don't think it's praying. I'm just gonna put my hands down.
Sets of complex eyes follow you, droplets of dew on either side of the head.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna look behind me, presumably at Kim, even though he's not really behind me. It's smelling me.
Maybe it is real. The pheromone.
The lieutenant's mouth is agape.
About now, he is ready to believe in anything. The insect's head is crowned with reed-like scales, the shape of seed heads. They rustle as the air moves. The ventricles at its abdomen continue expanding, like lunglets. Breathing you in, Your sour, greasy semiochemicals on the breeze.
Oh, I never washed off the death scent. It's probably getting a good whiff of that. And Chivalry saying, missed that. The bug was talking about one more thought. Is that... The only options that I saw was regarding my thoughts about the stick monster. So if there was a thought... But, like, yeah, the whole thought about, like, turn away from her, turn away from the ruin... I take that to be about his ex-wife, at least. So that's it. I hope that we got whatever we were to get from that, because we're never going to see this thing again. We got a photograph of it.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's a gun scope, and a pair of shoes, and one bullet.
It's gone.
The lieutenant looks north with his hands raised to his brow. Plainly it can walk on water, but we might as well comment on it.
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
Okay, but don't touch it.
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
I don't even know where our last save was. It was like 1,000,000 years ago, so we're gonna save that. Okay, I'm gonna look at these things. It's a box. Oh! Hey! Hey, everybody! The bug had a piece of the armor. Just in case you were wondering. And then we've also got... Ah! And here I was kidding. It's a rifle scope. And Clausia's passport, for some reason. Did the bug take the passport? Did it drag? Okay, I just... Sure. Items. Interact. Can I look at this? A common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt-action 4.46 rifle. It uses an older-style, non-dotted range-finding reticle. Seaweed is still stuck on the lens, and it suffered water damage from its time in the phasmid stowry. Yeah, the bug took it. And then we've also got the gun itself. Wow, this is worth a lot of money. And then we've got the well-traveled passport with visas stamped in it. It is issued by the Republic of Orania. You found it in the phasmid's nest on the island. You can open it for more details. I cannot fucking believe that the bug took the passport. And somehow that is the most believable thing about the bug.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Orania, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Which is Clausia's real name. Like, I didn't know it, but I recognize it. Also, blah, blah, blah is saying correctly. The bug said that it was playing with trash cans and buoys.
Clausia's hidden documents from the empty buoy.
Let's look at the photo.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was this doing in the phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Clausia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
The phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open up on... I saw something open up the buoy with spindly legs. Did I see that, though? I don't... Well, fuck it. I get to say whatever I want now.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
I cannot... The bug doesn't seem like it had a vendetta against Ms. Orania, so maybe it was just curious.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
It says Cartazine alaceas.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Really?
Catalina Alazia was supposed to be her real name. Where Clausia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Oh god, I'm so confused right now. Because I know this name came up. Yeah, it was supposed to be her real name. So I guess she lied to us again? Okay.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
So what was her real name then? I don't think we'll ever know.
I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alasia, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective.
Wow, she really pulled one over on me. Like 100%.
Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Let's put it away. Okay, so we are back into a similar position from last time, which is... Let me just overwrite this. Question for those who know. Would we say that we have more or less than an hour left in the story based on how we're going? I will open that up to Elf Planitor and Sarzan. Because if it's like, pick this guy up and then we hit credits, then I'd certainly want to do that. However, if we're looking at 2 or 3 hours still, then Sarzan... So they're both voting less. Okay, so let's go ahead. I don't have anything to say to him. Like... Oh, I want to also, like, look at the helmet as well, which I assume I can wear. This monstrous-looking, bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater. But it's otherwise wearable, if not exactly comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow. Yeah, and I don't want Half-Light right now.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
How could you not see the phasmid?
See.
He stares into the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
So these two things are always very irritating to me, so I'm going to touch his shoulder.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Kim, that sounds like an extraordinarily bad idea. We're just gonna leave him here, outside, in the cold of March, by himself, and assume that this doesn't wear off? We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
Let's start with the scope. I feel like that's the most important thing.
I lost...
You lost it?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there, with the help of a magpie phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
All right, that's probably true, but let's show him the helmet. What do you think that... Oh, the helmet... I guess we know that the helmet came off of Lely, or whatever his name is, Ellis, but what I don't know is how it made its way from his head into the phasmid's care.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did,
oh, okay.
the Ab would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
Show him the passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
No, he doesn't care about anything else I have.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind.
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid. And I'm not like... the woman in the wheelchair, and I'm sorry that I'm forgetting her name right now. Lena, whatever. The two of them propose something. The whole reason that they had the traps made, we got to talk to them about the size of their traps also. But they needed to get it into a trap because they said that it was impossible to perceive if it doesn't want to be seen, and theorized that it emitted some sort of like a chemical or something else that, you know, and I feel like the prolonged exposure that this guy had to it, I think that's why it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, it's just the reads for him. When I evaluated his state, he seems strangely animated. Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid, which is what I think. I talked to the phasmid, it said it's destroying him. I should probably go with that, I would think.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
I sure will, Kim. You know, for all of the times that happens during my normal detective work. He couldn't see it, Kim. It was just the reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right. Something is off here. Mr. Dross.
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
When I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back, he's still staring at the sea. Yeah, could it be something hormonal?
You mean pheromonal?
He seemed a little off for a man his age. He seemed a little off for a man of any age. It's not necessarily the fact that he was Randy that did it, but...
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania, I see what you mean.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
Kim looks at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
Yeah, there's a reason I wanted to do that first.
No one would believe you without it.
All right, hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Okay. So, the solution to the case... Oh, this is the sniper's perch. All right. I think I know where I am. The solution to the case is that an old communist, well, misogynist, I guess is more accurate, who lived on islands alone for several decades, spent so much time in the company of a semi-fictional cryptozoological phasmid that he was chemically inspired to be aggressively hateful and to take sniper shots against statues and women. Well, not women, women's lovers. So there we go. That's the end solution. I said this earlier, but now more than ever, I really believe it. If I was ever to do a replay on this, I'd be all in on Inland Empire and Volition and some of the other things. Whatever the character archetype is that is described as possibly losing their mind.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
I think I'd want to play through as that archetype, just because I feel like it would be a very different perspective on this world and the I wanted to play as somebody who's very, very intellectual because I wanted to be able to understand the information it was giving me. Anyway, let's look at this. Kim, what is the ICM?
Insular Indian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Sounds like the RCM.
It does.
How come?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
No, I'm pretty communist these days. The Glorious Revolutionary Armory.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
He bows to inspect the barrel. What barrel are we discussing? These guys over here? A white star. Point to the star on the label.
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are those Specs stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing there?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
And Elf Planetor is saying shivers is a great stat. Yeah, stuff like that. Things that would make my character, or the character, extremely intuitive, but not necessarily very knowledgeable. Or very, anyway, yeah, I think that would be a very interesting way to do a second playthrough. We'll look at that screen, I think, at the end. I just want to look to see if there's anything down here. No, there's not. Okay.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Sure.
Let's. We are done here.
Kim says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
No, hopefully not as quiet as if we got a muting earlier.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Wait, these guys are cops as far as I know. I'm gonna dress for the occasion. I'm gonna put on my cop hat and my cop cloak and maybe this white shirt. And I don't think that I have a cop scarf. Put that on. Doesn't look too bad. Got a nice pair of shoes in here somewhere. Somewhere. Where are my shoes where I complain about taxation? Which ones are those? I'm not seeing them at all. There they are. Yeah, look at that. Those armor gloves, though, those stay on me. Yeah. Okay.
Look what the tide brought in.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head. Hey, you took off your stupid yellow wig.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
You're the man with sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems bothered about that.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Fuck it. Let's not get into that.
They're not going to believe me about the giant, but I have a photograph.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. Okay, who are you people?
Hello, Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Oh, he's the guy in front of Feld Electronics, isn't he? That's him. Who is the kid then?
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Quemar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trond Heidelstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Oh, really? Are you? Now that I've solved the case, now you're going to do anything at all. That's your plan?
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He adds, suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
Right, one who solved the case. These 3 have nothing to say about it.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
No, Kim, you've got to have my back. Let's destroy them.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Oh, please, bring it on. What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
Okay, I never did. I don't know who named her that either.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant. It's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
Yeah, I'm not getting into that. You're not even blonde. He's so obviously never blonde. I guess we should probably start up near the top. I guess I'll go with what's a shit kid. I guess I'll go with that.
You. Shit kid, that's you.
Despite all that you've done.
Exactly.
The deserter, the phasmid, the case.
Yeah.
No, because of all that you've done.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. God, this is so stupid.
Guilty as charged. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
I don't know. I had a really, really, really strong suspicion about who he was. Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force. He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
How did you guys know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
The cafeteria manager whose life I saved is the one you're thinking of. Interesting. After all that Sylvie stuff, he didn't betray you. I saved his establishment and Sylvie betrays me. Damn you, cafeteria manager. You betrayed me for the last time. Shake fist. I understand. Okay, Gart told you. Yeah, I don't think that he betrayed me at all. I think that this guy is trying to make me feel isolated and unwanted.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Hey, Lieutenant Pinot, I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you before.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. We're just worried.
That's right, worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work. Or when you do, but stick. You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries, instead of working.
He's got a very, very solid case there. Actually, I've been trying to find a good moment to tell you.
Rhetoric, I'm not what you need to worry about. You need to worry about being better at your job.
Yes, you often sound like a brutal idiot.
So Trant Hiddlestem turns out to be Special Consultant Trent. I still want to know who the little kid was that he was, like lecturing.
Yes, I'm Trant Heilestam. I never said I wasn't Trant Heilestam.
So what was up with the kid?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
What was up with all the interesting history? Spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting about?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
Okay, so duped again, no one's who they say they are. That seems overly defensive and emotional. You mentioned a task force.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
refresh my memory who else is in here. I mean, we know from the conversation that we had with Ruby that it's the four of us.
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn major crimes unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Bevy.
He stares at you.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, who is Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left, because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant, because I'm forcing him to stay.
What does the unit do? And I'm starting to add all the commentary here, but what does the unit do except nothing while I go around and do all the work and you guys lounge around in the whirling in rags in your stupid, itching disguises that don't fool anyone except me, apparently?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Kim trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. Yeah, where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crossing his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we are cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
So you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police god? I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore. Well, God, there's like 3 or 4 things here that are appropriate, but I'm gonna go with you left me to face a squad of trained killers.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
How did you not know? Everyone knew it was coming. Why didn't you detect or die then?
Oh, you think it was cool? You saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off. Like you told us to.
Oh my God. It's... Oh, I have so many thoughts. Okay, none of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
So my theory for a long time has been I drank so much that I lost my memory. I made it all up. I know what I am, but that feels like a lie. Because I still don't remember a lot of things, apparently. Something to do with anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. It might. I don't know why, except... Wait a second. I drove my car over there and smashed it into the ice and hung out with the drunks that were just outside the church. Sure. Let's say that. Anomaly in the church.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain? Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez. I would say this. There's another man who lost his memory, a crab man, except that's going to make me sound crazy. No, I'm gonna go with take this seriously, because if I say Crabman, they're just gonna put me directly into the white smock.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audiospatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thanks for the backup there, Kim.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think Isolary and Troponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Commodore Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to us.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the New World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures towards the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world team, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trant, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the Major Crimes Unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
Yeah, no, I'm ready to lead again. Yeah.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on the disability pension?
What now?
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Oh, I guess it was what now? But I don't take orders from this guy. Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I can pretend not to know what he's talking about. It was stolen by Jacob I don't remember who that is, or if that's a real person. Traffic hooligans. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. I feel like that's the most accurate thing. The killer was not underwater. The time had come. Tequila sunset. I don't know what it's doing in there. I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
So refreshing. It just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property. That's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Oh, I can clench my armored fist. But no, I'm just going to show them my badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Okay, I want something better than 58%. What is this? Hand-to-eye coordination? Bucket. %.
Not today, badge.
Behold, my badge. No, the drama's never unnecessary. Behold it.
And your gun?
Oh, thank you very much to Grib85 for the follow. He shouldn't be unimpressed. He asked for it, and I showed it to him. I even caught it out of midair.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects? Here we go again. Lost gun. Trying to terrorize you.
My gun is right here.
Phew, he has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
This guy, he keeps asking me to demonstrate things and then pretending that when I'm successful that they didn't mean anything, which is not putting me onto a very positive foot with him. I have quit drinking. I've actually had no alcohol the entire time, so I can accurately say this one. Don't ask me about the other things I might be taking, though.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
Oh, I'm just gross.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, I just haven't washed myself after the autopsy, which is accurate. No. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I just haven't washed myself after the autopsy.
Without a reply, the satellite officer covers his nose.
None of this matters. My odor situation is meaningless compared to what I've discovered, which is both a bug and a murderer.
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape. A certain Glacier. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
So I actually don't know what she does know. So I'm not going to say some sort of spy, because I'm not going to confirm or deny this. Not to hear was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. True. Duped there. I let her go. Small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. That doesn't matter. None of it does. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust times a quadrillion. I've come to know the final fate of man and the universe. That last thing, again, I don't think is going to impress anyone. So... she did dupe me, but we also got to the killer. Like, she lied all the way through about everything except the solution to the case. So she gave a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect. The one who shot herself in the head. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
The trouble is, Kim, I don't think it was minimal to what it could have been. I still feel bad about that. What he said, I also solved the case. It was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? The firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of this century. I'm just sorry. I also solved the case. It solved all of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Okay, you can do it.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
Oh, guys. All I can do is cross my fingers. I actually really did work hard to comport myself in a way that Kim would feel okay about. I feel like Kim will say that I wasted a lot of time and then solved the case.
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer.
I don't agree with that.
It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
So quick pause. The only things I apologized for were the things that I did. I did smash up the bar. I did wreck the fence. I did wreck the car. Like, those are the things that I apologized for because I felt bad about them, or I wanted Harry to feel bad about that. That's not the same thing as, like, profusely apologizing as though I've committed first-degree murder.
You should yell something.
That is not a good idea.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Amphetamine, mostly. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vicmar, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Hell of a Force, yes, still going.
Okay, he did something.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Rain comes down. He covers the glossy photo of the phasmid with his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Sorry. I really enjoy... I really... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. This is one of the best responses that I've ever seen in a game with this style of thing. My very first thought was that I was going to say this, but I can no longer not say. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay...
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
He ignores you, still staring at the phasmid.
Detective?
I don't even know what number one is. Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation. I don't actually want to be brought to a to a sanitarium after this, so we're gonna be a cop for a little bit.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Just to roll back for 1 second. Very, very sad man who just seen something that made him forget his sadness. I would be in the absolute depths of depression. Because think about what it means for Jean-Vic Marc here. Having lost his memory, being high on amphetamines, suffering from symptoms of alcohol poisoning and withdrawal. I'm still a better detective than he is. That's what that means. Like, he should be infinitely depressed now. Okay, I started a nightclub and a drug lab in the church. Might skip over that. The Phasmid was female. The Reeds are its nest. The killer, we have a strong motive for him. I have to assume that I only get to say like one or two of these things. So, the previous head of the Bardiers Union was assassinated by our killer. That's additional information. Yes. There's also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person that I found. I also looked into the mystery of the Doom Commercial District. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. The previous head of the Bardiers Union was assassinated by our killer. He didn't actually directly confess to it, but he did it. And he's not going to say it either, so we're going to go with this.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
The lieutenant lowers his voice just a little.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
We have a strong motive for the killer.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Yeah?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Drowned. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Alright, killed in an act of jealousy, hoping to start a war between the company and the union. That's not what he said. Killed him in an act of rage induced by the Phasmid's semiochemicals. Actually, I'm not sure that if I have a motive, I have another thing. Huh. We know that the semiochemicals were making him forgetful and animated. I guess that would make him amped up to be a little bit more aggressive than he would have been. I'm slightly worried that if I say something like this, it's going to make them want to cut down the Phasmid. But it is the most sensible presentation that we have.
Possibly induced. But even without that, these men spent 50 years on the islands in the bay, in solitude, loathing what Revachol has become. There's plenty for prosecution to pick from in terms of motive. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way more.
It'll win me Dora back. Is that my wife's name? That seems like a weird thing to say right here. They'll teach this in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could be just a little neater. Yeah, but I'm not Joseph Anderson. It's not going to win me Dora back. She's emotionally, assuming that that's my wife's name, she's gone. This seems super arrogant. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. I feel like that's going to feed into his thoughts that I'm a bad guy. So, a perfect folding mechanism like the Phasmid.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
That is corpse rot, damn it.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
Yes, Sarzan, thank you very much for the clip.
It will pass in time.
Okay, we're not talking about the nightclub and church. I guess I could point at the Phasmid was female and the reeds are its nest. Oh, well, let's talk about the dead man on the boardwalk.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in the boardwalk. Drunk.
We reported it. That's how we knew about it.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
So I feel like this is super interesting. I don't like the doomed commercial area, but I mean, it is a case that we solved.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
I looked into it. Entropanetical. I don't think that that's it. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
And yet, it was accomplished successfully, Jean.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Also confiscated the drugs. I still have some of them.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs. I know you did. It's all right. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
All right, so we skipped that. We'll say that the Phasmid was female.
Female? What makes you think so?
Oh, shit. It didn't tell me, so I looked.
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet, a scope, and a passport. Oh, but that means that I might turn the passport over to them. And as many times as she lied to us, Klaasje also helped us solve the case, and I don't want to turn her over to them. But the scope is super important to the case. I have to say this.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
No, it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I have no reason to believe that it reproduces by parthenogenesis. Nothing that it said in our conversation makes that sensible. So it had mandibles that looked like hair. It was completely white on the outside, on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it?
He shakes his head.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
No, I think that we are going to quit while we're ahead. I said all the other things. Look at all these accomplishments that we did, and we're just going to not mention the nightclub and drug lab. So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
He shrugs.
So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
A quick nod.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
I'm gonna go with the number one question that I would have under these circumstances. Hello to Def Dopey. How you doing today? Doing very well. You are here, I believe, for the very, very end of Disco Elysium. I feel like we're gonna get the final answers to anything that we want, and this is either going to get me shot dead right on the spot, or it's going to answer a question about who Ruby thought that my character was. Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
Because suspects seem to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Yeah, Def Dopey, I hope you're having a great Tuesday. Alright, so if I'm not a dirty cop, who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore,
but before...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
The fact that I have a motoristics and physical score of 2. Oops.
And this guy, too. God, even this javelin-throwing freak here.
And Contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again? I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sports principles of open competition. A 5,000 to 1 rank outsider. I'm gonna say that.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
Okay, I may not have... Judith might call this to an end. When was this?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
He looks you over. You said in Coron I was a gym teacher there?
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
Def Dopey says, so far so great. I was going to go kayaking and fishing today, but it's supposed to thunderstorm. Don't want to be out in the lake when that happens. That's probably a very smart call. So I'm glad that you're being safe.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Coudon is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Hello to Jab. Jab, you're with us, I think, for the very end of Disco Elysium here. So why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Yeah, was her name Dora? Because that's new as of this conversation.
Yeah. Dora Ingerlund, I think.
Not Dora Dubois.
Dora Ingerland?
Something like that. Half Vasan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
when was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
So Elf Planets were saying that she said her name in the dream. I missed it. I've hopefully, as we're seeing, like, I've been paying attention. I completely overlooked that. And I'm not going to disagree with him. I mean, I guess 6 years is surprising.
No, it was 6. Like ancient. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Okay, so a little bit of a discrepancy. He said here on the screen, yeah, or 7, you're not doing too good there. So, who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Okay. What did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture. But it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
Like, is that dialogue directly tied to the time of day? Because, well, I guess they'd have a pretty good estimate on how long it would have taken on the island and stuff. Still, that seems remarkably accurate. I just think that's pretty cool.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first. The middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
So, in order, like Precinct 41, I can find out about that. I'm concerned that I have a limited number of options that I can choose here. So let me ask Lieutenant Kitsuragi what he'll do now.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective. We just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
You gonna come do that with me?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I mean come work with me.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
So Def Dopey is asking, like, when it says medium success. So Def Dopey, when you see certain things like esprit de corps or rhetoric, or if we scroll up, we might even see others. Just more rhetoric. Inland Empire. This is an RPG. So what's happening is that at certain points, it's doing a secret roll, or it's testing my passive RPG stats against the difficulty class of that, and it's giving me more information or some feedback about how my character feels about it. So when it says medium success, that means that I needed to have a 10 or higher, and you'll see there that my total was 15. So rhetoric spoke up there. This looks like a vast amount of information, but it actually is very, very manageable. So it's basically feeding me more or less information about how my character feels based on how I've built it. And here's what's interesting. The information that my personality gives me is not necessarily accurate or reliable. It's just how my character feels about it, which I think is very interesting.
I do like the sound of that.
He returns her smile.
He's really considering it.
Yeah, so then I'd want to tell Lena about the Phasmid as soon as possible.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember?
And again, Jean and Judith spent days sitting in the whirling in rags, waiting to just insult Harry anytime he deigned to speak with them, and he didn't know who Lena was, who was sitting 2 meters to his left. And hello to Cerulean Hills and everybody that's coming over. Okay, so let's pause here for a second, because you guys are coming over, I believe, literally at the very end of Disco Elysium. It's a great game. I highly recommend it. However, a lot could happen here that would be extremely spoilery. So as you come in, Cerulean Hills is saying have fun with the game. Moodenho, hello 48. CO fan 88. Oh gosh, so many people. Traveling Discas. Toaster Toasty Toast is saying, oh no, I cannot watch. Yep. Okay, just we'll not spoil anything at all. Thank you very much for the raid. This, I believe, will be our last episode of Disco Elysium. But if you guys ever have interest in, we're going to be wrapping up Uncharted 4 pretty soon. And I might as well take this opportunity to share, since we've got a brand new crowd of people that came in. Very, very uncommon pre-announcement, but the next game that I expected to be our long play will be Mad Max here on the PC. So if you guys are interested in seeing some open world post-apocalyptic car driving and combat stuff, come on back in the days to come. I expect that we'll be starting that as early as tomorrow. But you guys are coming in at a very unique time. We love to welcome in new viewers, love to be conversational, love it when we get cool raids from people. I'd love to make the acquaintance of Cerulean Hills, but you guys are like right at the end. Like, it's so much at the end of the story that it would be unfair of me not to acknowledge and to give you guys a chance to duck out if you wanted to avoid spoilers. Jab will be there, I'm sure. I know that Tashir says the announcement just made my day. Yeah, that was quietly decided a little bit ago, and usually we wait until we actually start, but I wanted to give people maybe a reason to check back as early as tomorrow. Missed the announcement while getting rid of the refer thingo. So the announcement is just that our next big playthrough will probably be Mad Max here on the PC. So if you guys were interested to see that, we've got Mad Max, we've got Uncharted 4. There's a couple other things that are going to be in the mix. I think like maybe some Oxygen not included. So huge thanks for the raid. Cerulean Hill says thank you for telling us where you are in the story. I'd better skedaddle then, but thank you for this. It's been a good journey. It really has been. I will give just a 2-minute review, since I don't think that people want to stick around for the credits. I am super impressed by Disco Elysium. I very much enjoyed it, and if anybody coming through wanted to see the adventure from the beginning in a completely non-spoiler way, because I didn't know anything about the game or what it was about, the entire collection is in our collections tab here on the channel. So if you didn't want to see the end, but you want to be able to go back and see the very beginning, you can do that. You can go to our Disco Elysium collection and see it right from the very beginning, see the character creation, how it all started. If anybody had questions or wanted to revisit any of their favorite moments, we tend to archive everything here. Now with that, we are going to continue, but thank you once again. I really mean it. Thank you so much for the raid and for the follows from Cerulean Hills and Salty Cetus. Very much appreciated. But with that, let's see if we can continue on. So she's a cryptozoologist, lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road, and she told me about this Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over, near where you live on Perdition.
She looks at Vicmark. We take raids from brand new people very seriously, because we want them to feel good about the person that they raided. We want them to know what kind of channel it is and hopefully feel good about it. I very much appreciate it.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Yes, no, for real.
She is going to be over the moon.
She damn well should be. She was feeling in a really low place the last time that we talked to her. So since I haven't gotten kicked out of the conversation, let's ask about Precinct 41.
Us? We're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station, and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Okay, and who are they?
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic, though, Torsen and McLean.
Sounds like Jab is not the biggest fan of a French accent. This is a very French game. There's a lot of... It feels very much like the history of Martinaise is similar... I can't say this similar to the history of... like New Orleans, but there's a very French flavor to the world of Disco Elysium from what we've been able to see. An iconic duo, I take it?
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We're garbage.
And the Sea Wing is...
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Oh, poor Trant. He aspires to being considered a loser. I was, like, especially after playing A Plague Tale Innocence, I was all the more mystified by the fact that in Assassin's Creed Unity, they gave all the characters in Assassin's Creed Unity are French, and it's taking place during the midst of the French Revolution, and yet they all have British accents. And it's so odd that I had always quietly assumed that maybe Ubisoft believed very incorrectly that people would not take the game as seriously if the characters were speaking with French accents. And then in a game like this, or a game like A Plague Tale Innocence, it's like, I don't know. I have a very different experience than Jab does. I find the accent, I mean, it's just a French accent. Like, it's just people from France speaking English and doing so with the same sort of like lyrical quality that they would speak French in. And it just makes it Ubisoft's decision with the voice work in Assassin's Creed Unity the more confusing to me. So who's Price?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the Force. You're lucky.
Oh, this is who Kim was just talking about.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance? I doubt it, but I guess we can ask.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go in there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
And fair enough. So I work in the Bloody Murder Station?
Okay, it's not the Bloody Murder Station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershore. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
All right, that's it.
Good.
She looks at you, then at Vicmark.
Fuck
Vicmare.
it. Let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41, atop the motorway, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmare? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Hello to Azaric.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Oh, this is an entirely differently colored end. Hopefully, if there is a criminal investigation into Everart, then the signatures that I had them sign for the youth center won't actually have to put up with all that construction sign and stuff. Oh yeah, geez, I didn't even think of it. Azaric, like this is the end. Like literally the end. I mean, where to start? So, since we don't know how much time we have, I would, and here's a caution for people that are in chat and watching elsewhere, I will be actively soliciting information from Sarzand and Elf Planitor and anybody else who might have seen the game through. It's less about like a review and more about like my playthrough versus others. I don't even know how to really phrase the question. I really don't know how to phrase the question because I don't know how many different ways the storyline can go. I know for sure. Oh my gosh, Sarzan is subscribed. Thank you so much. For real, I really appreciate it. I cannot tell if this music is very loud or not. I might dial the music down just to be on the safe side. Let's just take it down. Actually, it doesn't look loud at all. Just take it down a little bit. For example, I would love to hear more information about the standoff with the Mercs, because, like, I failed 3 very, very important checks, all one right after another. I failed the check to keep Ruby alive. I failed the check to take the gun away from... Still seems kind of loud. There we go. I failed the check to keep Ruby alive. I failed the check to take the gun back from the homeless woman who had it. And then the really, really hurtful one. I failed the check to shoot the merc in the head. That was a 70 to 80% shot, and when I missed it, I just... I can't overstate how much I wanted to reload. I wanted to reload it then, and I wanted to reload it after Ruby shot herself in the head. And I am intensely curious what was missed there. I want to know what I missed when Ruby died, and I want to know what I missed, what would have happened if I had shot the, what's-his-face? Corty, I think it was his name was, in the head, if I had passed that. Yeah, Mia thinks the music is really loud. All right, let's take it back down some. It might vary depending a little bit on the track or whatever. So Elf Planitor says, if you had had another bullet, you could have shot again, for example. Wait, where did I even have one bullet? Like... So that's a specific question that I have, which is that when I took the gun back from the homeless woman, she's like, oh, it didn't have any bullets. And then I was like actively asking, okay, do I have any bullets? I have no idea. Did I pick up, like, I honestly don't know. I don't know, like, when I was able to shoot the gun, I was like, oh, okay, I guess I don't need bullets. But he did. So, or she did, rather. So, I guess my character just has like a package of bullets. I have no memory of ever picking up or... Oh, no, I do! The bullet from underneath the house! Titus and a bunch of the other Hardigans would have survived if you'd shot the murder. Elf Planitor, it was the bullet from underneath the house. So then that would lead to a whole other question about wherever would I have found other bullets, or could I have bought them? And that's a whole different line of thinking. If Ruby had survived... So I guess I have other questions, like, and I don't know that we can break it down in the degree that it deserves to, but, like, questions that I have, what if Ruby had not shot herself? I had a very, very high chance of her not dying. And I passed the check to knock over her death ray, and then she put the gun to her head, and I had, I think, an even higher chance to talk her out of it, and it didn't work. Which is, I think maybe the most important thing that characterized this playthrough for me was whatever happens, happens. And if I was playing this solo, I guarantee you I would not have played that way. I would have reloaded. I'll tell you specifically, I would have reloaded Ruby's death, and I would have reloaded when I failed to shoot the merc. And you know what? It would have been less of a playthrough for it. I would have enjoyed it less, because it was very important to me that this being a live playthrough. I don't think that it's as much fun as a viewer if you're just watching somebody reload past their mistakes. Or worse, going into a conversation going A, going, then reloading B, A, like, that's not fun. I feel like the conversation and the options, the things that you choose to do versus not, are so much more interesting if there's a sense of cost to it. What's the phrase that I'm thinking of? A sense of consequence to it. This still feels very loud to me. I'm going to take the sound way down. There we go. Hopefully that's still audible, but not too bad. So Elf Planitor is saying, if Ruby dies, you can get her gun. Ruby did die. I did not get her gun, which means I missed something there. Oh no. Elf Planitor appreciated the way that you played the game, even if I was screaming in my head sometimes for you to do something. Oh, no worries about the caps, because it's used sparingly and here for emphasis. If I can ask Elf Planitor, because I'm like, this is the time. This is the same conversation that we had at the end of Red Dead Redemption. Like, Tashira's still here. I really liked it, and I won't specify what it is, but I really liked it at the end of Red Dead Redemption when... Oh, sorry, I should phrase the question first. Elf Planitor, what's the number one, maybe the number one or two things that you were screaming in your head that you really wanted me to do or not do? I'm legitimately curious, because you're looking back at the game with perhaps the eyes of people who have, maybe you've seen it multiple times, maybe you've played it multiple times. This is it. Everything I know about the game is up on screen. So this is the time, and I'm really legitimately curious. But what I was going to say, I really, really liked it at the end of Red Dead Redemption 2 when Tyr said, I've been sitting on this feedback the whole time. Let me let you know about this one character that I really had strong feelings about. I really earnestly like that. I like that feedback at the end here, because this is the last time that we have to talk about this, because when we come back for Uncharted 4 or Mad Max or Oxygen Not Included, all the other conversations that we might have, we can't really talk about it then. So lay it on me. Biggest mistake, most shocking success. I'm really interested to hear your guys' thoughts. So on the whole, what do we think about the game from start to finish? The number one most important thing, and I pointed a couple times out earlier in this episode, the game's ability to recognize what you've done or haven't done and to add new dialogue options for it. The dialogue trees for this game must resemble, not branches of a tree, but like threads of moss that have just covered an entire rock, where you know that each bit of moss has some relationship to the one next to it, but it's such an intricate web that you'll never be able to understand those relationships. The dialogue trees for this game must be so complicated, because they're taking into account the way that you've built your character, the sequence of actions that you've taken, this inventory items that you have on you. Maybe the closest thing that ever happened to a spoiler, and it's not a spoiler, I was very glad for the feedback, was when Elf Planitor said, at my request, you can always sell the postcards without fear. And I said, okay, based on that, that means that there might be consequences for selling other items, so I'm not going to sell them. And then we saw multiple instances where having a pen on me, having that gun on me, having I'm trying to think of another example of having an item on me, unlocked a dialogue option that I could pursue. And if not for that, I might have sold those things. And I was very concerned. That's a thing in adventure games. Do I need this? Should I keep it? And not being sure of the answer. I'll tell you this before I read Sarzan's response. The number one thing that I am disappointed in, if I could weave this playthrough a different way, I very much wanted to get the body out of the tree much earlier, and probably the number one thing that I'm disappointed about is that I didn't get to send Kim to bed, then get the boots, then send Kim off on his own. If I had a second playthrough, I think the number one thing that would be the most efficientized, the most benefit the most from efficiency, would have been taking a sequence of actions to get the body out of the tree, get the boots, and then on the day that Kim is out of there, do the things like talk to Klaasje about what happened the night before, go do the suggestion tree with what's her face, Leliane and stuff like that. All the things that you wanted to do with Kim not around, you can schedule a whole day for him to not be around if you schedule it properly. And I didn't know that was happening. And as a result of where we were in the plot, because of the time of day that the body came down, I never got to send the body back to forensics. And that's one thing that I really would have wanted to do, because I was in this for the playover, for the detective of it all. Sarzan is saying, overall your playstyle was typical of first Disco Elysium playthroughs, prudent, had difficulties to focus on tasks, missed some hidden content, etc. The biggest mistake was waiting so long to get into the harbor and not getting the body into processing just to make Kim and me pissed off. Yeah, I swear to God, I was thinking that before I read that. That was the number one, like that, having that body still up and swinging on Wednesday and Thursday. I think I finally got it down on Thursday, something like that. That was painful to me because I wanted to do the autopsy. Now, because I waited so long, we did have a lot more information. I felt like a lot more information from Klaasje. Because it took so long to get to the Harbor District, by the time I talked to Everard, I knew my name. I had my badge. There were other details about the case that I knew that I was keeping in mind while talking to him. That doesn't make me happy about the way that things went down, but it did provide a different perspective on the playthrough that really spoke to me about how elastic and responsive the game structure is, because in any other game I feel like that would have been really sequence breaking, and here the game adjusted to it. Here's another question for Elf and Sarzand. What the fuck was the deal with the light-bending ultra-rich guy inside the shipping container? Was there something more there? Could I have gotten a very large amount of money from him if I had chosen a different dialogue option when asked to pitch him a really big investment idea? What the fuck was that? It's just like, of all the points in the game, that was the part that was like, I don't know. I do not know what's happening here. It is very odd. Sarzan goes on to say, yeah, the writing is so unbelievably good, and whatever you do, the game accounts for it. Tashir stepped out for a moment, I wanted to ask if you had gotten the boots, etc. Yeah, no, that is a big unanswered thing. I never got the boots. Also, I assume there was a chess piece someplace that I never laid eyes on, so I don't know anything about that. There was probably a clue as to where to go look for it or who to ask. There were also some doors that I shut purposefully that I don't regret. Racist lorry driver, Measurehead, for example. They can go fuck right off. Not interested in their world ideology at all. Elf Planetory says, well, you can find out Klaasje is full of lies, for example. I thought it was interesting that you handled the body so late. I never knew you could know so much before the autopsy. And that right there is why I wanted to play it as a first playthrough. I wanted to go in sight unseen. I wanted to make my own decisions. And I really want to thank Elf Planetor, Sarzand, and others for biting their tongue, hands off the keyboard. There were things that they must have been like, no, he's doing it wrong. But by doing it wrong, we got to do our own thing. And that's the most fun of it. I am missing... I'm not sure how to say this. Ander... I'll go with Ander for now. But says you can complete the whole game without examining the body. Elf Planetor is saying of Light Bending Guy, you can get a lot of money. And Ander says, I knew you could, but I didn't know you could have so much info. And Sarzan is saying Mega Rich Light Bending Guy is both an Easter egg and part of the neoliberal hidden quest. So basically, is that the super capitalist guy? Or is that I think it's super capitalism. The only other, we will end this, and I will think of all of the things that I never joined the book club, and I probably could have done that with one more evening, because I read their book, and I could have gone in and had some more dialogue choices and stuff. I really liked it when the game called me Boring Cop and gave me Sorry Cop and then Boring Cop. Those were two achievements that I got in playing the game, and those were very funny to me, and I enjoyed that. The game really wanted me to take a very strong stand on things and shout things like, I am the law and stuff, and that's not sort of the way that I'd originally envisioned the character, but absolutely the way that I would go on a replay. The other piece of feedback that I have, and I feel like this goes very much to personal taste, so it's not a criticism of the game, but rather a representation of how I felt about it. The church kids, Andre and Noid and Egghead, there was just so much of them. There was so much of them, and I felt like the 2 episodes of our playthrough that focused on them really dragged for their involvement. I feel like if their dialogue had been cut by half, the game would have flowed better and I would have been happier about it. Egghead in particular was like, there was a whole dialogue tree where it's like, surely I can figure out how to communicate with this person, and it was just the game saying, please abuse the fact that our dialogue trees remain open and are not set aside. So it was just me like going, it was exactly what I just said. It was me just going A, no, okay, A, B, no, A, B, no. And like, until I eventually worked through a sequence that allowed me to communicate with him. That's not fun. That's not gameplay. He was just shouting nonsense. That was the one thing in the game that I felt like actually, that might still be a little bit loud for a conversation. That was the one point in the game where I was like, this is not Disco Elysium at its best. Disco Elysium is good in so many other ways, but this is not it at its best. Disco Elysium at its best is the way that it responds in so many different ways through its writing, and the overwhelming feeling that I could build this character exactly the opposite and still have a fully viable playthrough, and more importantly, get a completely different perspective on the story. And that's awesome. What the writers and developers accomplished here, I've never seen anything like it, and I hope to live long enough to see this attention to detail replicated and expanded upon by others, because I'm so impressed by the structure of what they did here. Oh, and I have another question. Is it possible, and again, I'm really inviting spoilers, is it possible to go to the island before the massacre? If I had thought to talk to Joyce, could I have convinced her to give me a ride out to the island to talk to that guy and to come up with information? Because as the game concluded, I actually kind of think that the answer is no. And that would be another piece of feedback. It would feel rather irritating to me if the game is presented as a detective RPG mystery, but the mystery itself can only be a sequence of crossing off false leads until the story progresses far enough that you are then available to go see the solution. I feel like maybe it's a bridge too far to say that I want to be able to solve it like on day 3 or whatever. Like, there's already a gating mechanism in there that you cannot get to Western Revachol until Wednesday because that's when the lock is fixed. And I was perfectly comfortable with that because it then opens up an entirely new area, and the game is allowed to, it affords itself some structure that it knows that there's certain things that you won't have seen until you've seen these other things. But the fact that you can't get to the guy on the island until the story decides that you've talked to Ruby, that feels a little frustrating to me. Very much up and down on that point. So let me just look here. I really wanted you to keep making phone calls, but you didn't, which is fine. But I love what happens there. Oh, that's going to be such a mystery for a second playthrough if I ever do it. And Sarzand, and I'm not sure if this is sarcastic or not, but Sarzand is saying, think about the fact that at some point you can have Kuno as a partner instead of Kim. Does Kuno fill in on the day that Kim goes? That sounds awful and terrifying and very funny to me. Kuno as a partner. Whoa. Oh, yikes. Elf Planetour says, I agree, the riddle was brute forcing for me as well. Yeah, with Egghead. Anders says, a wild difference is that you can just arrest the kids instead of doing anything with them, but that sinks the whole church quest. Can you really? I don't remember that being a dialogue option, but maybe I wasn't super cop enough for it. Sarzan says, it's no joke. Elf Planetour saying, I don't think you can go to the island if you fail to warn Kim. Oh! At the tribunal? Fucking really? So, that right there, like, that's interesting to me because it makes me feel really good about the fact that I did warn Kim, because knowing that he could have died or at least been removed from the story but wasn't made me feel good. And like, we're near the end now of anything that I have to say. Also, I very much need to have lunch. I really deeply worried at one point that I had built a non-viable character. There was one episode, and Elf Planetor was here, where I was very concerned that all I saw were barred gates. All I saw were, I can't get to the harbor district. I can't get the freezer open. Oh, that's another question, you guys. If I had turned the ice cream crank on the freezer, would that have destroyed the memory cube that was hidden inside? Because to this moment, I think the answer is yes, but I don't actually know. And I never turned, well, I turned the crank once, but then I reloaded when nothing meaningful happened. But that was an experiment. That was one of like only 3 times I think that I reloaded past something. Yeah, there was really a point where I was very low. I was like, I feel like I've misspelt the character. I can't advance the church, the music quest. I can't advance the mystery quest. I can't get into the harbor. I don't know what to do. And I got like 1 or 2 experience points that gave me enough savoir-faire that I was able to make some progress. And then everything else was able to flow from that. But at least at one point, I was like, I'm concerned that I physically cannot proceed because I failed too many checks, and I am very glad that I did make it past that. And it was very heartening to me when Elf Planetor said, "You have not misbuilt your character. You have not created a non-viable build." That meant a lot in that moment, because I was like, "Holy shit, I've really fucked this up." So you need to be a good pal with Kuno though, and if not, you'll just be alone for the endgame part. That would be very lonely. I like having a partner, somebody to chime in and things. Not sure about the ice thingy. We should refuse to answer that question. Interesting. And then the memory is fine. I don't think that you can destroy it. Okay. I don't know why, because it's described as being very, very delicate. And if you turn the crank, you would logically think that it would like break up anything inside of it. So that was me maybe overgaming a little bit. Woeful Potato says, are there non-viable builds? There are definitely builds that make things much easier. Woeful Potatoes, my prediction now having seen the game is that there is no such thing as a non-viable build, but one thing that also concerned me was that I failed a sufficient number of checks that the game would eventually just take pity on me and like just sort of like usher me through, which would feel less like a playthrough and more like just a stress test of how the game was designed to allow for failures. I don't think that happened in the balance, because we got in the end a pretty good ending, I feel like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I have anything else to say. In the days that come, I will think of unlimited things that I wish I had said here and didn't. But instead, on the way out, while like maybe the final comments are filtering to chat, we talked earlier in this episode, but I really do mean it. I hope that you guys will check out Streamer FX. They do... it's a site run by Tashir Games, and they offer lots of royalty-free music for playthroughs like this, where maybe you've heard enough of the official soundtrack and wanted to have something else sort of like layered in underneath. If you're roaming the Wild West in Red Dead Redemption 2, or doing a long play of something like Oxygen Not Included, lots of great music on there, and I really do hope that people will check it out. That was not an idle throwaway mention earlier in the stream. It's a product that I do believe in a great deal, especially with some things just getting randomly muted on Twitch. Let me just see here. Elf Planetor saying, I didn't know that you could be completely alone. Anders saying people have beat the game with 1, 1, 1, and 1. Really? Like not putting points into anything at the beginning of the game? And then Wolf Potatoes is saying like, yeah, I know, right. Finally, and as we round things out, Sarzan is saying, yes, and if you also screw the interview with the deserter without Kim to back you up, your team from 41 refuses to take you back. It's the bad ending. I felt on that note, I actually felt very good about our ending. At the end of our previous episode, I said that one of our topics would be, did I get the worst available ending? That was after the massacre at the tribunal. At the end, I don't feel good about what happened at the tribunal. That was me really taking one on the chin, and everybody else taking one in the brain pan, because they did not survive. But at the end, Harry is going back to a precinct that I think greatly respects him, and they should, because without the benefit of his police training and any logistical support from his precinct, he was able to solve multiple murders, all traced back to a single murderer, but solve multiple murders, discover a heretofore completely unknown form of animal, although in fairness it just sort of presented itself to me. That wasn't really like something that I found. It was something that happened in my vicinity, and I took the advantage of it, and did some other stuff, like I think proved that there wasn't a curse that was on the doomed commercial district. We got a new bird to make up for the one that we had smashed from Gart, and yes, I'm going to put a lot of stock into that. I felt good about making up for that. There was at least one other case that we solved. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it felt good at the end. I feel like we got a lot done and did a good job within the scope of what that character is capable of. I'm sure that there's a perfect playthrough out there. That's cool for that person. This was our playthrough, and it meant a lot to me, and I'm very glad that you guys came along for the ride. So for real, thank you all so much for joining me. Thank you all for the follows and the lurks and the resubscriptions. Sorry, had to cough. And the aversion to spoilers. It really was very much appreciated. Sarzand said, oh, Elf Planets was saying, I think finding the Phasmid wasn't inevitable before the final cut. Interesting. Is it always inevitable after the final cut? Because that's slightly disappointing, but not very, because it's just cool. And Sarzan says, hey, I followed your Disco Elysium playthrough through my exam month at university. You're very entertaining. I'm looking forward to seeing more of your content. Also, sorry for my meh English. I'm not a native speaker. Sarzand, you are a flawless English speaker or typist, as far as I can tell. No worries at that at all. Okay, Elf Planetor says, cheers. You helped create a fucking hole in the universe. Yeah, one that's going to get worse as we go. So, with that concludes our Disco Elysium playthrough. As previously announced, I do hope that people will check us out where possibly as early as tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, then very, very soon. We will be doing at least an audition stream of Mad Max, and from everything that I've heard, it's going to be a really good game. Sometimes people like a game, and I dislike it intensely, but I have heard so many good things about Mad Max that I think that it's that game's time to shine, and we will see you guys back for the premiere of that as early as tomorrow. However, we will be online with twitch.tv/morethanamia this evening for Game Night with the Peeps, so you will also be able to see us there. And that's it. That is everything. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this long-form playthrough of Disco Elysium, and we will see you for many, many more playthroughs in the days, weeks, and months to come. Until next time, you guys, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day.